Good morning. Good morning. Kindly take your seats and we commence day 2 of our annual General Assembly. In the next 2 minutes, we'll be kicking off day 2. Good morning once again. My name is Joseph Vyomhanji from the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, and I'll be the session chair today. I welcome you to day 2 of our General Assembly. It's a new month. Today is the first day of September. I believe all of us had appropriate breakfast. Is it the case? You had good breakfast. That's great. Some voices are saying they're objecting to that. Is there any standing challenge? Oh, it's a joke. Okay, a few announcements before we kick off the day. We are hosting the President of the Republic of Malawi on this same block. And as such, we won't be accessing this side of the building. The places of convenience to be used are on the opposite building. When you step out right here, you cross the pathway and you'll be able to access them. Then colleagues that need COVID-19 tests prior to returning to their home countries, kindly reach out to the Secretariat. One of them will be seated at the table at the back for registration, such that they are able to prepare accordingly to enable you to have the COVID-19 test carried out prior to your scheduled flight. Is that clear? Okay. So once again, I welcome you, and it's at this point that I'll invite the co-chair, Ms. Rachel, to come and welcome us to day 2 of our General Assembly. Ms. Rachel, please give her a round of applause.
Chers collègues, bonjour. J'espère qu'on a passé une très bonne nuit. Et on a eu un bon déjeuner, un bon petit déjeuner également. Tout va bien alors. On peut espérer être en pleine forme et continuer notre deuxième journée. OK. Donc, nous allons continuer les travaux de notre Assemblée générale. Hier a été une journée très importante pour nous au vu des différentes communications et débats que nous avons eus. Et j'ai vu qu'on a beaucoup apprécié dans l'ensemble. Et donc, j'étais aussi très contente que ces objectifs à ce niveau soient atteints. Aujourd'hui, place au deuxième jour pour les activités suivantes. Je nous souhaite également cette pleine attention, tout cet engagement de participer et de faire évoluer notre coalition. Et sur ce, je ne vais pas monopoliser la parole. Je vais juste nous souhaiter une très bonne séance de travail.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rachel, the co-chair of our steering committee, for opening day 2 of our annual General Assembly as the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability. So I hope the technical team is ready. I'll be inviting Dr. Yolandi Meyer to come and make a presentation of the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability General Reports. That's the activities and financial reports for the membership to be informed on what has transpired in the year 2022. Good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you, Joseph. I think I'm going to stay here just because I have to put up certain information, and Lise might also, so if everyone is okay with me staying, if we say seated here, and as apologies, as the minister said, the podium I think is also a bit low. So since we're going to be here for a while, I think we'll sit here, stay seated. We just wanted to go with you through some of our activities from January up until now. Obviously, the year is not over yet, and we still have a lot of activities planned actually until December. So even though it is already September, it feels like there's still a very long year ahead for us at ACA. So I will do a share screen here. Don't know if that can go to the main screen. I've shared it on the Zoom. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so as I said, our annual report so far, I would say, firstly, we just wanted to, and just to say, obviously, we have included in your conference pack a rundown of all of these activities. So there you will find a bit more detail on it. But here's just a summary then of the year so far. So firstly, we welcomed some new members this year from Zimbabwe, Marange Development Trust, were welcomed. Secondly, from South Africa, we had the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. They focus on transitional justice issues, and we also had an event with them already in July. And then from Nigeria, the Ofere Center for Peace and Development. So some of our new members that we have gained this year to the family. Then on networking and partnerships regarding ACA's involvement then with other entities, we became a member of ESCR.net this year, which is quite a large network, as you all know, with many different NGOs over various countries. And then we were also the co-convener of the Corporate Liability and Sustainable Peace Lab. So we became part of the Class Lab Coalition, and there we also represented ACA at events this year as part of the Class Lab. And then just in terms of our staff updates, so obviously, as you know, I joined this year then as project manager about 3 months ago in June. So haven't been here that long, but have been welcomed very much, and thank you for that. And then we still have Lise and Pema with us, our very capable communications and development officer, but I think she does much more than that, so maybe her title should be expanded. And then we still have Thelma with us, our project officer. She used to be an intern with us, but she's now a project officer. And she has been here then also since last year, acting in that role. So our first event of the year really in February was then the strategic direction meeting for ACA, and also the handing over of the old SE to the new SE. It was organized in collaboration with ISA in Uganda, and they really worked on developing then the new strategy for this year, for 2022, looking at the workload that we currently have, and then also the role of the new selected steering committee. There was also some discussion about the different roles of the General Assembly, steering committee, host organizations, and the secretariat that had to be clarified. And those were things that were discussed in length at that meeting. In March, there was a webinar on Development Bank's response to COVID. This was in collaboration with International Accountability Project and the Center for Human Rights. So the webinar then centered on, focused on communities' right to information, and also how the practices of these banks really fall short in terms of the challenges that are presented by COVID. It also discussed issues regarding failings with COVID funding, specifically with regards to the African continent, and how these. Then in that same month, I've moved on to the next one. Yes, so in March again, there was a follow the money in-person training. So this training took place in Kenya, and we also had 2 ACA members joining. It was you and Tama, right? Yes. And so the secretary took part in that training course where it was facilitated again by Inclusive Development International in collaboration with Women and Coalition for Human Rights and Development. And this was really to train advocates and researchers based in civil society on how to uncover different harmful actors involved in harmful extractive infrastructure and agribusiness projects, and how to assess also the investments regarding finance and financial flows. And also then the pressure points for advocacy. So this was a really good training, I think, to educate also CSOs and people represented in communities, working with communities on these issues, if there are different projects in communities and what they have to look for in terms of illicit financial flows as well. The IDI then has a resource hub for the Follow the Money training for people working to support these communities that have been affected by corporate activity in a harmful way. And that is also a very helpful resource hub that everyone has access then to in this space. We will have another Follow the Money training now in September. So that will be the second Follow the Money training that will be held in Kenya. It'll be on a slightly different topic, but it will be along the same subject. And we found this training especially to be very, very useful. And we think it would also be useful to have this training for other CSOs and other communities that might not have had this training yet. So I think one of the aims of ACA going forward is perhaps to see if we can facilitate this training and to reach a wider audience on the African continent for CSOs and also grassroots communities by either facilitating this process with these trainers or in some way making it available to more people. So that's something that we would definitely want to expand on in future. Then in April, we had the East Africa Civil Society engagement on workings of Pan-African Parliament. So here the center again, which is ACA's host institution, worked with Pan-African Parliament and civil society to allow space for civil society to get to know the Pan-African Parliament system better and explore avenues for collaboration. This was a partnership then between the Center, Pan-African Parliament and Zalendo Trust. And it really allowed then for networking between the CSOs and ACA members and members of the PAP. So May 2022, we were in Cape Town. A lot of, or most of the Secretariat and members, also other ACA members were in Cape Town for the alternative mining in Indaba. And this was really quite a large gathering of people. The theme was a just energy transition for sustainable mining communities in a climate crisis era. And there we brought together members, including the Center for Human Rights, CALS, the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, Action Minds, Natural Justice, and Zella, as discussants as part of the AMI. And the goal then was also to facilitate engaging African citizenry that uses agency to demand legal reforms, transparency, and accountability within the extractive industry sector to the benefit of the communities and for future generations. There was also ACA, in collaboration with the center, also had a side event at this in Indaba to discuss linkages between mining activities and climate change and the impacts that it has on affected communities on the ground, grassroots communities. And during this AMI, ACA brought staff to also film a short video project documentary where we had interviews with many of the people attending the AMI and interviewing key stakeholders that work specifically in these communities and see on a day-to-day basis the effects of mining activities. So we actually have this short video that we'd like to show now from the interviews and that we got at the mining in Durban, if it is ready, and we can perhaps quickly show it to everyone. Okay, it's still downloading, so we will continue and then maybe just watch it at the end. So we'll go on to June, where we had our Central African Capacity Building session. I think the previous sessions were held earlier and this one was delayed. I think Lise can explain that, but we had this one in June in Cameroon. This was hosted by ACA, CALS and GNGG. And it was a training provided for members on the draft treaty on business and human rights, and also the UNGPs and other soft law mechanisms for corporate responsibility and accountability. There were facilitators from the membership and secretariats, as well as the two other organizations that were co-hosting the event with us. And there was also a presentation by the Office of the Canadian Ombudsman for Responsible Enterprises. So as I mentioned, as part of the CLASP lab that we have recently joined, we sent one of our, actually Thelma went, one of our secretariat representatives went to Colombia for this in-person convening. So for a while they had online and virtual meetings, and now for the first time they could also meet in person again. And this was in Bogota, Colombia. And there it was also along with other organizations, and there was a major focus on the transnational strategy, sharing experience between Africa and Latin America, and the experience also of both jurisdictions with regards to, transitional justice. I don't know if we can get the slides back. Okay. So as I said, an important part of the meeting then was the African Latin America Strategy Exchange, which was facilitated by ACA. And then African participants, especially including ACA, then had a discussion on transitional justice on the continent. And really the specificities of transitional justice in situations in certain African countries as well were explored. This is quite a new partnership, as we mentioned, and we will definitely continue to work with CLASP Lab through this coalition, and then implementing transitional justice also as a subject into our work. We did this as well with the next event that we had in July with CSVR. So I'll just discuss this as well. So in July, we specifically had a webinar then on corporate accountability and transitional justice. So this was in collaboration with and we mainly just representatives from the AU present. We discussed the role of the African Commission in corporate accountability, and also the African Union Business and Human Rights Policy, which I think will be adopted in October at the forum. And then also discussions surrounding the UNGPs and the binding instruments. And there was case studies also regarding litigation from national and regional courts that were discussed. And so here also we looked at the gaps in the UNGPs and how this leads also to a need then for the adoption of a binding instrument. And furthermore, I think, and more importantly for this webinar, is how we can also include elements of transitional justice then into a possible binding treaty. So those were issues that were quite important. Obviously, we're now at the GA, and that's, I guess, in the next few days, we'll come to a conclusion. But for the rest of the year, we do have quite a lot planned. So as I mentioned, from here, we start planning directly for our second part of the Follow the Money training, which will then focus on supply chain research and advocacy. It will also touch on Chinese stakeholders, other advocacy topics. So that will be in, I think, the 19th to the 23rd of September. It will be in Kenya again. And then I'm just going to go according to time-wise. So in October, we will have the African Forum on Business and Human Rights. The 11th to the 13th of October is the dates for that. It will be the first kind of forum of its kind, which will serve as a platform, an African platform for stakeholders to discuss the UNGPs, but we will also be organizing a side session as ACA in collaboration with some of our members on the legally binding treaty, as we find that this is quite an important topic to also discuss in the run-up to the UN sessions in October. So we thought that it was imperative to have a side session discussing that. Seeing as from there, we will go directly to the UN sessions, which will happen in the last part of October, I think the 24th about there, where we will be then discussing the treaty and also possibly having side sessions trying to push the African agenda in that space to promote the African agenda at that forum on an international level. Then we will also be hopefully participating in COP27 in November. So that will run from the 17th to the 28th, if I'm not mistaken, of November. We'll probably not be there for the whole 2 weeks, but we are also planning on having a session discussing the general theme, but also again looking at corporate accountability, climate change, and also the legally binding instrument. We have been working with some of our partners and members, including ESCR.net, to try and organize for a side session, as this is quite a big event. There will be many, except for the main event, I guess the internal event where most of the government representatives will be. There will also be a very vibrant CSO events taking place on the outskirts, and there are many sessions that are being planned then for that time. So we aim to then also have a side event there. And then we are still planning also along one of our main work streams to have a Chinese Investments in Africa webinar. We will host this in collaboration with a member or partner. It's yet to be finalized, I should say. We have spoken to 1 or 2 partners on this, and we were thinking that a webinar would also be the best option, as we could have more participation from members in a webinar hosted event. And then also, I think that's not on here is the UN forum. So the UN forum that will happen after the UN sessions for the binding treaty is also an event that we usually attend to engage then with relevant stakeholders at that level as well. So in terms of events then for the rest of the year, this is what we have planned. I don't know if the video is ready yet. Okay, the video is ready, so we'll quickly have a look at that.
My name is Alaka Lugonzo. I am the extractive strategist at the Oxfam in Kenya program, based right out of Nairobi, Kenya.
My name is Joseph Yomahanji, and I coordinate the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability, a civil society coalition that brings together currently 23 organizations across the different regions in Uganda and we are hosted at the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, who are our lead member.
Hi, my name is Carol Kiongura. I work for an initiative called People Powered, and it is about participatory governance or participatory democracy, where people literally have the power to decide and make decisions about things and issues that are very important to them.
My name is Begeti Ambantini. I'm from the Market for Workshop, and I'm the manager for public programs and development at the Market for Workshop. We are a school of photography and also photography projects place.
Happy. I'm from Flagstop. Flagstop is a small Anyana township surrounded by 11 shafts of mining, gold mining. The vision is justice and peace, and also Wamua and Makua. And like I'm all over. I'm an activist.
My name is Edmund Kangamgazi. I work for Caritas Zambia organization. It's a faith-based organization based in Zambia.
My name is Jacqueline Bukanda. I'm a senior program officer with Natural Justice. I work in the defending rights stream as a lawyer, a litigation and strategy specialist.
I am Dr. Hardwick Mukwada. I'm Director General for Zimbabwe Disaster Relief Agency. I'm also the Chief Executive Officer for Chiazwa Community Ownership Trust in Marangi.
So what we're currently doing under the Kenya program is I work under the Natural Resources pillar as a technical lead. So our work is based, initially the pillar is a very young pillar, as I mentioned. It's less than 5 years old. And when the pillar was starting, it's just when Kenya had recently discovered oil. So we're grappling, or the pillar is just grappling to see how we can be able to have conversations around compensation, conversations about land allocation, conversations around how the community is going to be affected by the natural resources and also benefit from the natural resources.
For long, we've had either people who are democratically elected, politicians and the likes, making decisions for people, for citizens, for community members. But I think it's really important for individuals to take a role and have the power to make binding decisions about the directions countries make or their countries make on issues on climate change or issues of mining, and even especially now on the issue of a just transition in energy. I think it is really critical to have the voice of individuals driving the process, driving the direction, and making binding decisions about what other directions our governments are going to take.
These mining companies, bias sabotage, because remember, we have something called SLP. Even these mining companies, they didn't come to the community. They must consult us before they mining. So now we don't know, maybe we are, because of we are the poor community, they didn't come to us as community. But at least now as communities, we know that they must come.
All stakeholders, and when I say all stakeholders, I mean governments, the private sector, which means the mining companies, I mean the communities comprising the traditional leaders, civic society, business community, the professionals, as well as the civic society organizations. So they have all to be on one page, and then any target can be achieved.
And we all know, that part of the story of our mining communities is around pollution. And while it might not necessarily come to the fore in this exhibition, we have also other projects that we have managed to conduct as the Market for Workshop, particularly in a township called Riverline, which is close to mining dumps in Johannesburg. And the stories that come from that community is around, mines just being left there and healthy issues that have come to the fore, around the effects of these dumps and them just being left without being taken care of, and without the communities being engaged in terms of how they can, avoid, all these diseases and health issues that have come up.
We basically have what we're calling the ecological crisis, where the earth is crying for help, and the people who are mostly affected are the poor, the marginalized people. We're talking about the women and the men. They can't afford, or they can't access clean water, they can't access clean land, clean air.
So many communities have lost their land, which has been given to mining companies to do activities. So there is loss of land. Also, when you lose your land, because many communities in Africa depend on agriculture, on subsistence farming, they also lose their livelihood. But if we look historically, it was colonialism that brought these commercial farming, commercial mining companies, giving them the people's land. So now again, we find that it's happening again, where the governments of today are giving exploration rights, mining rights to corporate companies that are coming probably from the global north. This has impacted livelihoods, this has impacted also culture.
This challenge has been around the corporate power that manipulates the regulatory function of government to ensure that mining is conducted in ways that adhere to the best standards to protect human rights. As a country, we are undergoing a review of our mining and minerals policy and legal framework. We've successfully reviewed the minerals policy, and as the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability, we work to ensure that the principles of free, prior and informed consent are included in the minerals policy. Currently, the mining bill is in Parliament, and we've worked around the clock to ensure that the principles of free, prior and informed consent are included in the bill, but also aspects of community development agreements are included, because it's the only way to have community voices in the mining chain, other than them participating as artisanal miners.
As we come up with what needs to be done and follow up with different terms, we need to define what those mean for us in our context.
But I mean, you can see them here. People are trying to understand what is this, what are these conversations we're having around climate change? The conversations around decarbonization, conversations around transition. What else can we be able to do? So there's a push from civil society. I think civil society are out here trying to understand their role and their responsibility. But then we did not see any government officials in the room. So it means that then it's our responsibility as civil society to gain the knowledge to be able to put up a good case government, because also governments are grappling with some of these issues. They may not know what to do simply because they may not have the education. So the responsibility of government is to do good and I'm saying good, is to do service to the people. So how are they going to service, or how are they going to offer services to the people if they are not educated on the sort of services that they need to offer? So that's the responsibility of civil society.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Let's try again. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to Thelma as well. Thelma worked very closely with David on this documentary, trying to get it ready as well in time for the GA. Sorry about the sound issues, but I think at least there were subtitles, so you could see some of what they said in the interviews. We will continue now then to go through the financials. So firstly, I'd just like to share an overview to look at all the donors that we have at the moment. So you'll see there, we have a few of the donors and the funds that have come to an end, and then we still have 4 that are ongoing. you'll see that there are some that have been extended and the dates until when they are ongoing, and then also the balance there in rands and US dollars. So just to note that we also get audited quite heavily. We get audited in South African rands, so something to also just take into account. And then there you can see, just move down. Then the available funds there and the periods when those funds will then come to an end. I'm not sure if this really fully includes the GA expenses, because we will have to consolidate those finances after the GA. So there might be a slight difference with all the expenses that we've incurred then with the GA. And then just to give you a further breakdown, I think the Zoom has cut me out. Can maybe just. Okay, I'm back. So I just want to share an Excel sheet with you. Obviously, it'll be difficult to see everything, but this is the ledgers. And then on the first block, this is from January to July. So this is the exact line items that for expenses that have been occurred. So obviously, it's difficult to see exactly, but I've done a breakdown of the categories basically that you will find. So I've gone through every line item and put them into specific categories. So you'll see that we have certain expenses for staff, so that's general staff of the Secretariat, but we also have payments to staff such as web assistants and web staff, and the website services. Then there's also charges for bank fees and Forex payments. And then for each of the events we did, so if it's a capacity building or a workshop or a side event, there will be specific expenses for those events specifically in terms of planning and running that event. So for instance, like the strategic planning handover and ceremony, or the capacity building, or there was also certain events that Aqua Secretariat would attend. So there's a specific one where we attended a ETO consortium meeting. And then also there's a lot of the expenses related to the travel. So you'll have your shuttle costs, visa costs, COVID tests, for example, extra baggage and wrapping. So things such as that comes with travel as well. Yellow fever vaccinations. Then we also had expenses regarding our Malawi, the GA prep visit that we had to Malawi that also incurred expenses, the Cameroon capacity building, obviously the AMI in Cape Town, which included airfare and many other expenses. I think there were also some COVID tests there. Then we have obviously general office expenses. We have telephone, other office supplies that we also have expenses for. The trip to Colombia that I mentioned, where we were represented to go to the class lab trip. So that also incurred. We were funded for some of that trip, I think, for accommodation, but there was others regarding flights that we had to cover ourselves. Then also there was expenses regarding greenhouse. So we had the animation and the comic books that you see that we did for the GA. We had Greenhouse, a company that was designing all of that, and they helped us through that process, and also with the video that we did with Greenhouse. So that took quite a long time. It was quite a big project, designing the video and doing voiceovers and translation and all of that. Then obviously the printing of the reports, the printing of all the material for that. So as I said, web design, graphic design. So often when we have posters or flyers, announcements on our social media, there's also graphic design that goes into that. Daily allowances, so any of the trips that we do, we have daily allowances. We often also have interpretation, equipment interpretation services that we have to pay for. I already mentioned this. Yeah, I think that's about everything. I don't know if Lise can think of any other expenses that we usually incur, but that about covers it, I think. There's obviously bank costs that also come into play, and like I said, Forex, differences between Forex payments that add up sometimes. So that also happens. Yeah, but I think that's about everything. Don't know if there's anything to add. We do have our finance person, Emily, who works basically, who's in charge of our finance and all our ledgers and accounting. She's also in charge with for the accounting and for the auditing. So she is here via Zoom if there are any questions, complicated financial questions that we might not be able to answer. She is here via Zoom. So if you have any questions for her, we can also relate those to her. I think, I don't know if Lisa wants to add anything. I think it's fine. So if there's any questions, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yolandi and the Secretariat for ably preparing the reports, the activity report and financial report for the membership to be able to follow what 2022 has been for us as ACA. So now we are going to welcome questions. Yes, Godfrey?
It's not a
announcement or
question. Quickly, just a reminder for all those who need COVID test, they should go to the back there, submit their names and their date of travel. The health officials would be coming to this venue for the COVID test.
Thank you so much for reminding our participants to register for the COVID PCR tests that are mandatory for some of their flights. Do we have any questions about the presentations?
It's not a question, but rather a clarification about the COVID test. Maybe Godfrey should actually confirm what time they're supposed to come and where the test will be conducted so that people can be ready. Thank you.
They said anytime we have the list ready, we are going to invite them. They're going to come through.
We have delegates who are leaving tomorrow, so maybe.
Yes, today. Those who are leaving tomorrow, they should do so now, so that we can have a list of those who need test. Oh, yeah, a paper is going to be passed through. Those who are leaving tomorrow, they should just indicate their names and
Okay, thank you for emphasizing that. It's very important.
please, there's a need to seek clarification.
Okay.
He is asking, Emmanuel, that do we need those who have been vaccinated to get the PCR test? What happens here is that there are mandatory requirements for respective flights.
To clarify that, it depends on the countries. If in your country, the test, I mean, the PCR test is not required on arrival, then you don't need to. But if it is, then you have to take that test, even if you are fully vaccinated.
Motuso?
Thank you. Let me start by congratulating the South Africans for their victory regarding the petition by Shell to conduct what are called systematic testing on the world coast. We hear that that judgment. So congratulations. Good. Yeah. Then my question, thanks for the presentation. So I think you made reference to two issues there that I want to follow up on. The first one relates to the work that you want to do on Chinese investments and also the meeting on the African Forum on Business and Human Rights. So I wanted to find out that if ACA members wanted to collaborate with ACA in terms of one, the side session that may be held on the sidelines of the African Forum on Business and Human Rights. Are there opportunities for that? And also even the work on Chinese investments, because we also have some strong interests as an organization, that is the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association. So I just wanted to find out whether there are opportunities for possible collaboration with the ACA Secretariat on those two issues. One, holding a side session on the sidelines of the business forum and also the work on the Chinese investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mutuso. Do we have any other question? Or the Secretariat wants to answer?
Can I answer that one? Okay. So, so yes, of course, for the side session, you're welcome for members then to, I think what we initially did is we've been in the process of just booking out a space for that session because the actual forum is happening on the 12th and 13th of October. So that's when there's a program and they will talk mostly about the UNGPs and so forth. So we felt that there should be another space because we didn't see in the program really talking about the binding treaty. So Victoria is actually the lady that you saw yesterday from UNDP that zoomed, that spoke on the Zoom. She is actually in charge of organizing that forum with the African Union. So we've been having meetings with her and she said that on the 11th of October, they will have like a day zero of the conference where it won't be like that formal program, but it will be an opportunity for organizations to have side sessions. So ACA has applied then for a spot because the spots were obviously limited. It's just one day, but we have now set out a space there where we can have different members and partners then collaborate with us. We only did that recently. So I think what I would suggest is that if there is any interest then to, as you said, collaborate or attend that, then please send us an email and we can add you then to that session. And see, add you to that session and see how it will be. And there will also, it looks like there might also be some funding. I think it's from the Swedish, the Swedish International Development Agency, yes. They have said that they really want to attract participation from some grassroots organizations, and they have funding available for communities that are really dealing with these kinds of issues on the ground. So we are having a meeting with them on Friday to go through the funding for that and who will qualify. But I think it's just in general proposing organizations that work in that field and that could contribute to the forum in that way. So after we have clarified all of the details for that, then we'll also send out a call then for any of those communities that might want to attend, and then that will be sponsored. For the Chinese session, so this is something that we've been thinking of doing for a while because it was something that the membership had previously indicated was important. And so we really wanted to have an engagement because we thought that a webinar would be good just so that everyone could access. Because of the travel limitations, we thought it would be easier. We are still in the process of planning that, but we are very welcome to partnering with any members on it. And again, if there is an interest, please send us an email and then we can have a conversation surrounding that event. I foresee that event will only be in November, just because of everything we have on in October and everything. I think November would be a better time. Or even early December, but I think for now, please let us know if you'd like to be a part of that, and then we can finalize the details.
Thank you. I see we had a hand there. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. It's a reaction to the presentation. Thank you for the comprehensive report, but for those of us who are not too financially inclined, I think if we have line items with maybe some form of percentage, like I heard you talk about travels and other items that money was spent on. So for instance, if we have maybe travels, what percentage of money goes for travel and all that. So it will make some of us to be able to make decision as to how much we are spending and like informed decision as to how the food is being spent. Because having a list of items, and especially if it is long for this kind of presentation, it becomes difficult for some of us to really make sense out of it. Just an observation. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. Yes, the comment from Zambia.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a rider to his question. We have a fiduciary responsibility as members of ACA to be presented with audited accounts. And you did mention that ACA gets audited. A gathering of this nature requires Secretariat to present audited accounts. That speaks to how finances have been handled, and also an auditor, for example, to read an opinion of the accounts of ACA. Essentially, what that does just gives us a picture of issues around accountability, prudency, and whatnot. I noticed that the detailed spreadsheet that you gave us speaks to the things that you mentioned, for example, travel, communication, and whatnot. Would have loved an audited account being presented before us so that we can critique how finances have been expended. Secondly, I also noticed that, for example, you spoke to, so maybe you can speak to that and respond. And then secondly, you spoke to issues around capacity strengthening on business and human rights, the binding treaty and whatnot. And I noticed that the West African countries and East did receive that sort of training. I'm thinking and wondering, is there any attempt towards Southern African countries and other regions? That is number 2. Number 3, you spoke about the army and intentions around the COP27. I want to find out, for example, regarding the planned engagements at the COP27, if there are attempts by ACA to also leverage on one, first of all, to hear if there will be any attempts to have a side event that ACA members can leverage on in terms of showcasing what they're doing and whatnot, because that's a global stage at which we could be able to tap in terms of financing, both for ACA and ACA members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if Secretariat wants to respond to the 2 concerns, then we take another round of questions. Okay.
On quickly. So I just want to clarify on the first question. Would you want a breakdown of the auditing process?
My question was that a meeting of this nature requires a presentation of an audited account. What you presented is a spreadsheet of how the finances have been expended, which were not even be able to, which was not visible for us to see. Secondly, you also presented what depicted finances that were coming from a number of cooperating partners. The question was, why are you not giving us an audited presentation of audited accounts opposed to a spreadsheet?
I don't know if that's what Emily would
yeah,
respond
let
to.
me ask Emily to jump in, because I'm not sure if the audit period, how that works. I don't know if Emily
Yolandi?
applies. She is online.
Okay, so we have never presented separate ACA accounts.
But maybe as they're getting Emily, you could respond to the other concerns.
So yes, the second one regarding the capacity building.
Yes, I'm going to respond to that. The capacity building workshops took place in all the regions where we have members. In Southern Africa, it took place last year in September, and it was in Victoria Falls. If I remember correctly, the organization was invited. So we are actually, we have covered all the regions except Northern Africa, where we have received new members last year. Thank you.
And then on the third point, perhaps before Emily comes in regarding COP, so we definitely wanted to have a side session and also include as many members and partners as we can. I think one of the main reasons we wanted to also, obviously it's a global stage, and I think it's a very good opportunity, especially regarding the subject matter, but it's one of the motivations was also because of the representation of African nations, and to see if we cannot maybe try to get some more North African representation within the coalition. So we are going to be trying to obviously have members and partners existing there, but also trying to bring in perhaps other organizations from North Africa that might want to be part of the coalition, and to also incorporate them into an event. And we'll definitely see. In terms of finances, it's difficult to say because it's now a few months ahead, and I think we have to assess as well after the GA what this financial situation looks like. But obviously, any assistance that we can provide to get members to attend, we will see if we can do that as well. I don't know if Emily is available now.
Hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Yolandi?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yolandi, I just want to say that we have never been asked to do separate financial statements for ACA. We have always just presented what we have presented this morning. We get audited within the university and we get audited separately for the center. So ACA's financial statements are done twice actually. But if the General Assembly and the Steering Committee request separate audited reports, it'll be something that will have to be taken up with the Steering Committee and the Secretariat as a way going forward. But it'll be a decision that will have to be taken either at the General Assembly or later. But we need to bear in mind that this will be an additional cost to ACA. Probably in the region, I would guess, a quick estimate, anything between $1,000 and $2,000. I'm not sure of the volume of work that is involved. But it will have to be a decision that will have to be taken on a way going forward then. And also the period for the audited reports will have to be determined, that we would know exactly what period, because, and then they need to bear in mind that it will always be a month or two behind with the expenses, because it will have to be a cutoff date for the auditors to be able to do the report. So it will have to be decision taken forward and minuted, and then just let us know what we need to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emily, for that response. I hope it was clear for us. Okay, we had a question.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to say that ACA is a very serious organization, and from the report we've received here in terms of financial is not clear. And as an institution, we cannot receive funds from various donors and not account. Therefore, I want to propose that we need an audited financial accounts of ACA and the financial statement in the coming AGM, so that the Secretariat and the Steering Committee work towards that. Because what you presented to us today is not even supposed to come to us, because that's an activity. It's an activity for the Secretariat, and it should not look like the way we've seen. The other thing I want to propose in this AGM is that we have half board. That is breakfast and lunch. And then in the evening, we pay people, because I've seen we are paying for supper or dinner, which people don't have. So people should be given a quarter per diem in the coming meetings. That's a proposal I want to propose in this meeting, because we're losing a lot of money to the hotel because people don't come for dinner. So I think that would be a good idea, so that people can decide to go and eat elsewhere, travel to the local and see what people eat around. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I also think I need clarity before the Secretariat. From what Emily said, it's that the books of accounts of ACA are audited under the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria and also under the university. So should we, as the General Assembly, ask for a third tier of audited books of accounts?
You see, if the money is spent by ACA, even if it's audited by the University of Pretoria, it should be clear that these are money for ACA, not for the university. So unless otherwise, I don't understand. The money we spend here should be clearly meant for ACA, not any other person, because we are an institution by ourselves.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll have the brother from Ghana ask a question, then Secretariat will take it up from there.
No, thank you very much. So what I would just want to find out is what has been the convention. Because what I know is that if you're applying to a funder for money, one of the requirements is submit your audited account, or even an account which is even yet to be audited. So in that situation, which account do we submit? Is the account of the host organization or the account of us of ACA? I want to get that clarity before I can proceed.
Okay, this is now back to the host institution and the Secretariat.
Before the facilitator, maybe before the Secretariat comes in. The things that are being raised or the issues that we are raising are very fundamental. And believe me, if any of our partners who are giving us support towards everything that we're doing as ACA, and they were in our midst, and have not seen how we are able to be accountable to ourselves as members and to themselves as partners, it sort of raises red flags in terms of how you're managing yourselves. And truth be told, we are also belong to other coalitions, and we know how practices of how these things happen and how things are done. And the things that we're raising needs to be taken seriously because they are very fundamental and helps to enhance our accountability on part of ourselves as members, but also on part of our partners. The issue that we are raising around accountability towards our partners speaks volumes because, and an excuse should not be used to say we are audited by the center and whatnot. Yes, we are hosted by the center. We could even ask for a separate audit that depicts how much money we've received from all the funding streams that we've gotten. We run our NGOs, most of ourselves here. And these are things that we do. We get hosted by another institution and we have to get audited and get to present how our finances are being managed. We hold a fiduciary responsibility to ACA, and there is need for us to be able to ensure that these things that we are asking gets correct responses.
Thank you so much. The host institution, I don't know if Lloyd has something to say about this.
May I?
Yes. Can I respond? Okay, thank you very much. I mean, look, these are concerns that are very important. The Center for Human Rights financial systems are very robust systems, and we are audited every year. So to the partners that are funding the center and also ACA activities, we submit the audited financial reports of the center, and the ACA activities are subsumed. So if the center has been audited, we then submit the audited financial report to the particular donor that is funding ACA activities through the center. But you know, I think the submissions from members here are that we want a separate audited report of ACA specifically. We can do that. That's not a problem. I think it will cost us about $2,000 US for that process to be done, and then we can get a separate audit financial report that is specific to ACA. And I think if that is minuted, we can adopt that, and then those the audits will be done without a challenge.
Yes, Arnold, do you want to respond?
Yeah, sorry, I know Lloyd has touched it, but I think, and from the conversation,
I don't want, there's an assumption that there are no audits being done on ACA. Maybe one thing I want to clarify is much as ACA funds come through the center, ACA funds have independent accounts. They are not spent within the center. It's just that the center manages or receives funds for ACA. Even like agreements that are signed by the university actually on behalf of ACA. So when audits are done and there's never been any question from the donors around accountability and audit, and say those audited accounts from the center's perspective, but also the university are then engaged. And what is being required from the conversation, which Emily has also said, is that there is no problem. A third audit specific on ACA can be done, and then those audit reports shared. But also from the requests, I think members are saying the presentation should probably be done by the auditor to say this has happened. And there is no problem. So one of the things I want to clarify is that there is not saying that it's such an unserious, you're not doing this. It's being done, but there's now a request that take another third step on top of audited by the center and audited by the university, then get a third auditor to audit only ACA accounts. And as the finance manager, Emil has said, that is something that can also be done if it is what the membership requires, but also saying that it's another cost that is going to be incurred. But I think from the conversation here, it is something that the membership requires. And as Lloyd has said, that is something that can be done. So it's not, what I wanted to clarify is not that ACA accounts are not audited. It's just that they've been audited over the years within the center's accounts, but also within the university overall accounting system. But now the members say, get a third auditor to audit specific ACA accounts, and that is what is going to be done going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Maybe just a right facilitate that what Arnold is saying. We're speaking the same language. There's even no need to have a third auditor. We could have the same auditor produce separate accounts that just depicts ACA's resources that have been expended. In fact, it makes it very even reasonable in terms of cost. It will probably not even cost that $2,000, maybe even $1,000, depending on how you navigate around that. Because we've also done that. And oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just a direct response. Just a direct response, Chair.
Yes.
Just a direct response. I mean, look, we're not going to sort of get a different auditor, because I mean, we also looking at cost implications. And I think Emily, who is one of the finance officers, has already clarified that it could be in the region of between $1,000 and $2,000 US. It won't be that much. And then we can just instruct the auditors to just give us a separate ACA specific audit that will be presented to the members. And I think that will be done. Yeah.
Chair, you're ignoring I want to make a submission so that now the General Assembly can be able to adopt, can be able to buy in that resolution that submission that I'm making, so that we can now be able to adopt that resolution for the next General Assembly.
All right.
I hereby.
Is it still on financial issues?
Joseph?
I think we're going around something which is not very clear. First of all, what you're talking about here in terms of finances and the audited reports, ideally the steering committee is supposed to be presenting this. It is unfortunate to subject us to the secretariat to these kind of questions. These questions are supposed to be subjected to the steering committee. That's number one. Number two, the clarity of the host organization, it's supposed to be in the MOU. And if it is not in the MOU, then we need to put that clarity. But again, it is the work of the steering committee to lead that MOU and ensure that whatever we're requesting is there. So I think we are going around doing what is supposed to be happening in the steering committee meetings. So it's actually the chairman or the co-chair and the treasurer who are supposed to be answering our questions. We are not supposed to subject the secretariat and the host to this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that concern. I don't know if Emily still wants to speak. I saw her hand was raised. If that's not the case, we will have the co-chair take up the floor.
Ok, je peux parler. Donc, merci pour toutes les interventions. Cette discussion que nous sommes en train d'avoir actuellement revient tout le temps. Elle revient tout le temps dans nos débats. Donc, ceci voudrait dire que nous voulons mettre en exergue l'autonomisation de ACA. Et qui parle d'une structure autonome voudrait dire que cette structure a la capacité de gérer et de répondre. Et donc, c'est parce qu'il y a encore des concepts et considérations encore mal comprises que la discussion revient. Mais je voudrais attirer notre attention sur le fait que les membres ou l'Assemblée générale souhaitent l'indépendance de ACA. Et cette indépendance de ACA voudrait dire que le comité de pilotage est responsable et connaît tout, s'approprie tout ce qui se fait et peut même rendre compte à des occasions et circonstances pareilles. Merci.
Thank you for your intervention. We will have the colleague from Ghana. Was your concern finalized? If it was, then I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Michel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de séance. Je voudrais juste revenir sur des discussions que nous avions eues il y a de cela déjà plusieurs années. Et là, je parle en tant qu'ancien membre du comité de pilotage de ACA. Une des choses qui est essentielle à comprendre, c'est que les contrats de subvention ne sont pas des contrats signés par ACA. Ça doit être assez clair. Les différents fonds qui sont reçus dans un accord avec l'Université de Pretoria en ayant pour point focal, je pourrais dire dans cette subvention, le Centre des droits de l'homme de Pretoria. Alors, ce qui serait idéal, ce serait que ACA puisse avoir, disons, un statut juridique, parce que si ACA n'a pas de statut juridique, ACA ne peut pas contracter avec les partenaires et recevoir de l'argent. Donc, tout ce qui est fonds reçus sont des fonds qui tombent directement dans les caisses de l'université et l'université applique ses règles. Donc, vous ne pouvez pas demander à l'université d'appliquer des règles qui sont les règles du ACA, parce que ACA n'a pas une personnalité juridique. Donc, la première chose à faire, comme l'a dit le co-chair, c'est de faire en sorte que ACA puisse avoir d'abord une reconnaissance juridique, avoir une personnalité juridique, donc une indépendance. Ça, c'est la première démarche. La seconde démarche, c'est que ACA puisse se donner des règles de gestion, parce que pour l'instant, ACA n'a pas de règles de gestion financière, donc on ne peut pas demander à travers un procès verbal, demander à l'université d'appliquer des règles qui ne sont pas des règles qui rentrent dans le cadre de la convention, parce que dans tous les cas, il y a une convention qui lie l'université et les partenaires. Est-ce que vous connaissez cette convention? Moi, je ne la connais pas. Je ne sais pas si quelqu'un connaît cette convention. Puisque les membres du comité de pilotage ne sont pas signataires d'ailleurs des accords de prêt ou de financement. Donc, c'est des questions assez fondamentales. Et je pense que si nous voulons être une organisation assez forte et avoir une certaine indépendance et rendre compte vis-à-vis des partenaires, il faut commencer par là déjà. Merci.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michel. I saw a hand online. I don't know if they're able to also contribute to this. Is the person online able to contribute? Didani, you have the floor.
Oui, oui, c'est M. Donné d'une voix de la RDC. En tant que membre de ACA, je souhaiterais parce qu'il y a de cela 9 ans que ACA existe, nous voudrions quand même qu'il y ait l'indépendance de l'ACA. C'est-à-dire que les membres du comité de pilotage doivent nous aider à ce que tous les documents soient à l'appui, tous les documents soient mis à la disposition de l'ACA pour son indépendance, afin que les partenaires puissent aussi financer bien ACA et que les comités de pilotage ne soient pas sous la gestion d'une autre structure. Merci.
Thank you so much for your views. We'll have the colleague from Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you. I think as a coalition, previously as an old member of ACA, I think we said we wanted a loose coalition, which was hosted by the University of Pretoria, which is well. But the issue here is what we are asking does not warrant us to detach ourselves from the university. What we are asking is we want to see the funds we are getting coming to ACA given to us in a clear manner, such that we can be able to understand we've received this much, we've spent this much. For sure, I think we are not asking too much. Whereas as we continue, probably we may move to the next level of accountability. But I want also to say the steering committee should be also accountable to us, because you seem not to be accountable to us by saying we've received money and you don't even know how the money has been spent. Surely you are not being fair to us. So we want the steering committee to come out clearly and know. And we are not saying we should, they should even give us from the accounts that, or the audited reports from the university, and clearly say, of course it could be a one line budget for the university. But for us, it is full of activities that have been undertaken. That's what we need to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the issue of audited reports was ably responded to by the Secretariat and host institution, and also members of the steering committee here are noting the asks that you're making. Any other concerns on the reports? Because we quickly need to progress with our agenda. Okay, we'll close with you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Joseph from Cameroon. Just to say that as a member of the ad hoc committee that is working on the constitution, we are really following this discussion so that maybe at the end of the day, the General Assembly will make some formal recommendation that will be followed when we are drafting when we are reshaping our constitution. That's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. In fact, the roadmap, the presentation from the ad hoc committee working on the constitution is the next agenda on our program. We would expect Justice Mukete to come and give us the timelines within which they'll share with us the draft constitution in the two working languages of ACA, that's English and French. The timeline we have as the membership to review the draft and make our comments, and then the timelines within which the ad hoc committee will use to work and incorporate our comments into the draft constitution, such that then we'll have an extraordinary meeting to adopt that constitution. But before Justice can take the podium, I see somebody has a hand. Is it still on the reports that were presented? Okay.
So thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, member. So I have seen that ACA provide the financial aid for some organizations. So I want to ask you how our organization can get that financial support. Speak louder. Thank you once again. I have seen that the ACA provide the financial aid for some organizations. So I want to ask how our organization can get that support to start training or courses, especially our beneficiaries, the historically marginalized people in Rwanda. They don't have, they have problem with limited learning ability. So how ACA can support them, how ACA can support the organization. Thank you.
I don't know if colleagues got his question. I personally didn't get it. I think because of the music.
Can I perhaps suggest, because it sounds like it's another top that we speak outside of this session on that, then we can speak to him. I couldn't really hear what he was saying.
If it's agreeable, I'll invite Justice Mokete to come and present to us the roadmap of this constitutional review process.
Before you invite Justice Mukete, I have a concern. The next time we have an opportunity to meet as a General Assembly will be next year, right? And I stand to be corrected, and I don't want to sound like I'm being antagonistic. I'm just being methodical in terms of how things are done elsewhere. Maybe this is something probably we need to learn from. One would have again expected that at this General Assembly, you could have presented us with a work plan for next year, as well as a budget for 2023, so that this August House could then look into that, critique it, and be able to give an endorsement to say, yes, go ahead, this is what you run with. So for example, come beyond this AGM to add into next year, you'll be operating without a budget, you'll be operating without a work plan that has not been approved by the General Assembly. No, I just want to get clarity. So how would we get a buy-in from ourselves as members to say that the work plan, we've looked at what you're going to do in the course of next year, and how the budget looks like going into next year? Because we should have been presented that, should have been presented as to
J'ai une motion. J'ai une motion. J'ai une motion.
I don't know. Are we able to continue, Godfrey, with this?
The president is going out. Shortly, it's going to be quiet. In the next maybe 5 minutes or so.
I request that we have a 5 minutes health break for the president to get into the premises, and then we'll continue with our discussion.
Oui. Mais j'ai une motion.
Yeah,
J'ai une
I'm
motion à
not
la
within the room. You could walk to the end and pick juice or tea or coffee. I guess the head of state of the Republic of Malawi has gotten into the International Convention Center.
Out.
He's going out.
Out, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Je dois avoir une motion à présenter à l'Assemblée
Our
générale.
health break is going to be cut short. I see colleagues are at the queue serving coffee. So colleagues, we are going to have a 15 minutes health break. I am amending the program. So let's have a health break now since some people are serving tea. And once we get back, we'll have Secretariat respond to the concern raised by the colleague from Zambia.
la situation de club. Je pose juste la question, non? Si elle ne peut pas prendre, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Nous sommes jeudi, l'école commence lundi. Je pose juste la question, c'est depuis là, c'est toi qui m'as rassuré que non, il n'y a pas de problème, pas fréquenter là-bas. Il faut, à un moment donné, il faut s'occuper des enfants.
No way. No. Papa attend le bulletin. Mais moi, pas, tu n'as pas compris. Maintenant, tu dis l'argent pour partir. Tu dis à l'atelier prendre. Moi, on n'est pas l'argent là. C'est ça, moi, je suis fatiguée avec ça.
Tu es fatigué, tu as même
Elle
compris.
exagère, elle ne fait rien qu'à la maison. Seulement dormir. C'est moi que même tu vas parler. Bédel, tu enlèves tout ça avant de manger. Tu as compris? Tout ça. Toute la saleté, tu es depuis le matin. Junior Lab.
They are going to sit there.
For everybody.
Même les chaussures là, les babouches là.
Colleagues, 15 minutes break is done. Kindly take your seats.
Ils ne jettent pas mes babouches. Je dis ce qui est là.
For those that are still serving coffee, yours will be a working tea break. Kindly come back. We need to save on the time. Colleagues serving coffee, kindly get the cup of coffee, the bite, and come and occupy your seats. We need to continue with the session.
Une responsabilité. Toi, tu as un caractère que, en fait, pour toi, quand tu as couché l'enfant, à partir peut-être de 3 ans, c'est fini. L'enfant doit se laver, il doit manger, il doit lui tout faire, il doit apprendre à tout faire. À 10 ans, il doit apprendre à préparer. C'est-à-dire que tu es dans cette c'est un peu ta façon qui n'est pas bonne. C'est pas normal. Et toi, tu fais quoi alors? Tu fais quoi? Finalement, ta qualité de maman, finalement, si les enfants font courir à 5 ans.
Ils font alors?
Non, mais.
Ce n'est pas le problème.
Non. Mais justement.
Donc, il faut
non, tu l'as fait. C'est pour ça qu'aujourd'hui, tu ne.
Starting with the registration, I hope all of us have been able to register on day 2. Some people haven't registered their names on the list are less than the people present in the room. Kindly ensure that you register your participation for day 2 of our General Assembly. Then colleagues that have registered to have the PCR test for COVID-19, the health official is on the way, and they'll be situated at the exit on my left-hand side. As soon as they take their seats, we'll be able to communicate to you the procedure of getting the COVID-19 test. Welcome back from the health break. I congratulate those that were able to see the President of Malawi as he exited the convention center. I still see people at the coffee table. Kindly pick your bites, your coffee, and come and take your seats. We need to commence with the discussion. So we broke off at the point when a concern had been raised, and I'll invite Professor Lloyd to respond to it, such that then we have Justice Mokete come on board to share with us the roadmap for the constitutional adoption. Okay, you could use this, sorry, as the IT team fixes. Yes.
Hello, colleagues. Right, so I just want to respond to, I think there's several issues that have been raised. First of all, I just want to say and let the members know that the Center for Human Rights University of Pretoria's financial year it runs from January to December. So our reports, our financial statements, and of all the activities that we do, the work that we do is audited at the end of the year, okay? And so I think that since there's been a proposal that has been tabled, which can be adopted by the steering committee when they meet tomorrow, perhaps they might, either they can choose to say we agree that ACA be audited separately following the same financial year period, or that it runs from July to June. So I think if it runs from July to, if we are auditing from July to June, it means that by the time of the next GA, there are audited financial statements available for presentation to the General Assembly. So I mean, this is just a suggestion. So the steering committee, when they meet tomorrow, they can adopt that decision. And I think as the host institution, we don't have any challenges in implementing the decisions of the steering committee in that regard. Then on the issue of the work plan, I think as everyone is aware, there's a process that is going on right now, which has already started with MUI Consulting, who are doing, who are assisting ACA with a strategic plan. They are going to finish that work according to, I think yesterday they've started already interviewing. They are going to be finished by end of November 2022. Now, our thinking in terms of our own planning is that it's always helpful to come up with your work plan in the context of the strategic plan, which every member here is going to contribute to, okay? And we hope that everyone is going to participate and contribute, not just the steering committee members, but also members of the General Assembly. And then once that has been done, the work plan for 2023 will be developed in the context of the strategic plan once it is out and it has been adopted by the steering committee. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there are any questions or any clarifications before I sit down on my responses so that we move forward. I think there's a hand there, Doc.
Oui, je voulais revenir sur certaines clarifications assez importantes. L'Assemblée générale est l'organe suprême de ACA. Ça, c'est une chose qu'il ne faudrait pas ignorer. Et toutes les délibérations, surtout concernant la vie de ACA, se prennent au cours de l'Assemblée générale. OK, la traduction.
Sorry, it appears the mics are not, they are all off for now. So people are not hearing what you are saying, the translations and the interpretation. Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
Oh, people can hear.
Okay.
Come here. You can come here. Oh, come. You can. Oh yes. Now they are now working.
Ok. Donc, j'étais juste en train de rappeler, pour apporter une certaine clarification au niveau du fonctionnement de ACA, que l'Assemblée générale, qui est constituée par l'ensemble des organisations membres de ACA, l'Assemblée générale est donc l'organe suprême dans les prises de décision de ACA. Donc, cela doit être assez clair, que toutes les décisions sont prises au sein de l'Assemblée générale, dans un premier temps. Ensuite, le Steering Committee est l'organe qui délibère et qui exécute en fait les tâches telles que confiées par l'Assemblée générale. Donc, il ne faudrait pas dire que lorsque le Steering Committee va adopter ou va valider, non, il faut que toutes les décisions soient proposées à l'Assemblée générale pour délibération au sein de l'Assemblée générale. Et une fois adoptées par l'Assemblée générale, le Steering Committee le met en exécution, tout simplement, avec l'aide, bien sûr, de l'organe exécutif qui est en fait le secrétariat qui fonctionne juste pour régler les questions administratives et les questions de mise en œuvre. Donc ça, j'aimerais revenir sur ça pour que les choses soient assez claires. Donc ici, au niveau de l'Assemblée générale, nous devions décider si nous voulons un plan d'action qui doit être proposé par le Steering Committee, un plan d'action qui peut être pour 1 année ou pour 2 ans, tout dépend de ce que nous voulons. Et concernant aussi l'élaboration d'un plan stratégique, je pense que les membres de ACA doivent pouvoir être dans les interviews. Ça, c'est une chose qui doit se faire parce qu'ils sont mieux avertis que quiconque dans la mise en place ou dans l'élaboration d'un plan stratégique. Et je pense que c'est des questions qui sont assez importantes que l'Assemblée générale doit pouvoir, sur lesquelles l'Assemblée générale doit pouvoir se prononcer. Merci beaucoup.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, Doc. Yes, I mean, I agree with you there. Look, the process of the strategic plan is on. Everyone is going to be interviewed by the consulting firm, MUI Consulting. They are already here at the GA as well. And they took advantage of the presence of the members here to also start some of the interviews and talk to people. And I think, I mean, look, the steering committee is aware of this because they made that decision. And I think the steering committee should be reporting to the General Assembly on this particular process so that everyone is on the same page regarding the strategic plan. And so, I mean, look, if then it is agreed by the General Assembly that a separate, I think that has been the proposal that has been tabled, and if everyone has agreed, then we'll just have to minute the fact that it has been agreed that a separate audit report for ACA shall be done. And then we need to decide on the year, like I said, the Center for Human Rights University of Pretoria's financial year runs from January to December. And it's either we adopt the same financial year, but my thinking is that perhaps we might want to propose July to June so that at the next GA, the audited financial report will be presented to the GA, since I think there was a decision made that the General Assemblies will be convened annually in August. So I think maybe we can then perhaps debate on that particular issue and make a decision.
Thank you so much, Lloyd. Just to let colleagues that need the PCR test know, the health official is in the room with us on the table left. So one by one, you'll be able to go and take your COVID test, such that we do it seamlessly. I think we are done with the issue of the financials and what needs to be done. Is there anything new that has not been discussed that you want to raise?
We want to close it by having a proposer and a seconder, so that
Okay.
it becomes official.
Okay, so do you want to give the proposal and we get somebody to second? Okay, the minute taker should note that the names of the proposer and the seconder.
I think we are preempting the constitution, please. These are constitutional issues. So some of these conversations we're having, they'll be featured in that constitution. So let's just have the second session, then I think we'll be able to go along. We don't have to go around it. These are the things which are coming out in the constitution, and I think we have already noted. You don't have to go again and do the same thing.
Okay, so I'll invite Justice Mukete, who is chairing the constitutional review process on behalf of ACA, to give us a roadmap or timelines, for lack of a better English word, within which the membership is going to review the draft constitution, such that before the next GA, we have a working document that we'll be making reference to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for giving me this opportunity to discuss with you about the process of coming back with a very workable instrument in the form of a constitution for the coalition. When you look at the present working document, which is the constitution that all of us have, there is a lot of mileage, there's a lot of confusion between what we know as the objectives of the coalition and the working methods. In fact, there are no working methods mentioned in the constitution that we have for the time being. Secondly, one of the main challenges is that the coalition is not a legal entity. We need to have the organization, the coalition, registered in one of the member country organizations of the member organizations of ACA. In other words, what I'm saying is that I would like the General Assembly now present to propose to us that we will put in the constitution where we will decide that the head office of the organization called ACA as a coalition will be. Where are we going to get the organization registered and for it to have a seat? That's one of the decisions we have to take here, so that we put in the constitution that ACA, the seat will be in so and so country. Obviously, the capital city of the country. Secondly, we would like to have within the next 1 month input from members, member organizations of ACA online. You will send your input referring to the document you have now as a constitution and the issues that you think should be changed there. You send all your input online to the secretariat and you copy the members of the ad hoc committee. In that way, the secretariat will have 1 month also by the end of November to put everything together and send to the technical committee that I had that you people voted. We have 5 of us in that committee. We'll also have 1 month to put it into context. And we spread that document online to all the members via the secretariat. For your review within a month, and we do voting online before we meet in the next General Assembly. Those are the key issues, the proposals that the ad hoc committee has made and come out with that we need to throw to you as the General Assembly for your endorsement. Then the second great innovation is that within the next 1 year, once the Constitution is adopted by us, we will need to get this coalition registered in the country where we have accepted to host the headquarters. That is within 2023. And since our partnership and our memorandum of understanding with the host organization, that is the institution of the Center for Human Rights, ends in 2024. Once we are registered between 2023 and 2024, we'll work with the Center for Transition for us to regain our autonomy. So those are the 3 main guidelines that we have come out with, the technical committee. So we throw it to the General Assembly for us to deliberate and to adjust. So all the things about financial autonomy, the powers of the steering committee that we propose will be changed to executive committee. All those things will be inculcated, will be put in the Constitution and come out as a very viable and working document for us. So please, the floor. Yes,
Thank you so much, Justice Mokete, for sharing with us the roadmap with regards to the timelines we'll need to come up with the Constitution. Do we have any reactions to that? The views he raised? Yes, Godfrey.
First, thank you, Judge. You've raised a number of key issues. One, the registration of ACA, but we wish you should have given a guideline, or you just mentioned a country and city, and you should maybe possibly give reasons or a guideline on or a proposition of cities or countries where ACA could be registered.
Okay, thank you very much. That is I'm giving, here is the opinion of the ad hoc committee. I'm here to talk on behalf of the ad hoc committee that was set up by the General Assembly. Our key country of choice now, since we talk about advocacy and meeting up with international standards and things like that, we are looking at getting Ethiopia to host the seat of the organization, of the coalition, because that is the headquarters of the African Union. That is the headquarters of international lobbying in Africa, except somebody tells me another city that I know, and that is the central point that we can have our visibility raised and seen within the shortest possible time and the impact of the work that we do. So that is just to answer to him, but it is open for the General Assembly to decide.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Justice. Probably we would want to get somebody from Ethiopia to tell us the processes of registering a civil society. You know, there are countries who are still in the Stone Age, and registering such an organization may take years because they think you are an opposition. So if there is anybody from Ethiopia to tell us. If not, we can register in South Africa, or in Kenya and move it to Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you for your views. I'll invite Ariela, the co-chair. She has some remarks to make about these suggestions.
I just want to confirm, I know I'm new to the space, but this is the first time I'm hearing about the suggestion of Ethiopia. So I don't know if there may be other steering committee members that want to comment on that. It's not in the draft that the judge had proposed. The suggestion of registration is there, but this is the first time I'm hearing about the proposal of a particular city. So I don't know if any other steering committee members have comments on that. I see Arnold has his hand up.
Thank you so much, Ariela, for that clarification.
Yes, Joseph, thank you, and thank you, Ariel. I think also we are jumping the gun. And I think also, I don't know if you have stepped out, we are sneaking in a point of discussion in the General Assembly that was never part of the agenda. It's very difficult to say you're going to discuss and adapt where to register now. And one of the questions that has been put forward is that there are so many different issues that come to light when you think about registration, including the political climate, including the criteria, including the dynamics around it. And I think a conversation, if the General Assembly deems that it's the way to go and members can actually put their points across, it is something that you don't say, can we decide and then put it in the Constitution? Because these are two different processes. A Constitution can be completed and then the general membership can decide where and when. But for the different dynamics and the different political climates, it becomes extremely difficult to say, let the General Assembly decide now where to register, without knowing the different issues that arise in that. I think also this is a point that needs to be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arnold. My take as the moderator of the session is that the General Assembly needs to know when they are going to look at the draft constitution in the two working languages of ACA, that is French and English, when we expect their feedback on the draft constitution, and then the timeline the ad hoc committee has to incorporate their feedback in the constitution of ACA. Was that clear from the justice's presentation? Do you know when you're receiving the draft constitutions? Do you know when you're supposed to respond to it? And when they're supposed to concretize the views? That was the purpose of the presentation of the roadmap.
Excuse me. I think the roadmap was quite disappointing because it was.
Sorry, I can't see the person speaking. Who has taken the microphone on?
Yes.
Okay, I'm chairing this session and you're going to let me exercise the power to select who gets to speak. Yes. So I see 3 hands up, Mombi's hand, John's hand, and the lady at the back. So we'll start with John, go to the lady, and then come with you, sir. Oh, okay.
My name is Mwebe. I am from Uganda. There's something I'm not understanding. Probably it's only me who's not understanding what this is. The coalition has always been a loose coalition. We are talking about registering it. The coalition has always been housed in the center. We're talking about registering and getting a place for it. Is it not right that we as members are told how this journey now we are moving from being a loose coalition to a registered coalition, and we're also moving from leaving the center to wherever we are going? Is it not how it should have been done? Because whatever we're listening, and also most of us are working with coalitions, most of us here, and we know how coalitions work. So we need to know what is not working, what is working, how are we getting here? If today I'm to listen to a discussion of sign here to register, sign here a city to go to, I don't think I'm comfortable getting to that discussion without getting a preamble to it, especially considering how coalitions work in all the spaces we're in, and how registration of coalitions gets us tumbling over their operations. When you register an entity, the dynamics change. Yeah, so for me, I'm not for or against registering. I'm not for or against moving, but I'm asking, how did we get here? That's exactly the point. And I thought that's what, Justice, you were going to explain to us. And I'm just seeing us jump the ship. Thank you.
Justice has noted that point. We are going to get 2 more questions from the lady at the back. And
First of all, thank you so much. My name is Jeline Fuko from Tanzania. And for me, actually not for the registration of the coalition. I would prefer it to be a loose coalition, just the way it is. And I feel like this is a discussion where members should be asked whether they want to have it registered or to have it in a different modality. And for that matter, I propose to have a separate discussion, maybe online sometimes in the future, to have these conversations so that when we are coming to talk about the Constitution, some of these questions are already been addressed and the Constitution is coming to codify it. So that's one of my contribution. Secondly, taking my experience, I feel like having a registered coalition, there's a lot of dynamics, which I agree with some of the previous speakers. Political dynamics, financial dynamics. I don't think there has been any issues with the model that we are having now, or maybe a room to improve it, rather than to discard everything and to start from afresh. There are advantages to be or working with academic institutions, for example, in terms of accessing research, knowledge, capacity, and things like that. So for me, I feel like before we start talking about registration, maybe we should have this voted for by members to say, yes, this is what we want. But I'm so excited and looking forward to read the Constitution and maybe start from there. Thank you.
thank you so much for your views. We'll have Mwambi.
Thank you, moderator. This is a hot session, so sorry for that, because it touches on the basic understanding. And the Constitution is basically a basic understanding between us, how we're going to work, how we're going to coordinate ourselves. And if we are talking of changing the Constitution and all that, what needs to have happened, we should have picked the issues that we want to change. And I'm seeing registration is coming out to be one of them. So I was expecting the roadmap should be more of how we are going to interact and consult and exchange words, strong and soft ones, so that we can build that solidarity. Let us not forget that we are in this coalition for solidarity. We shouldn't lose that. We are going to come out of this stronger and loving each other more, because we need each other more than that. So just to put on the focus, I wish they could have given us a process which has more consultation and involvement, and we can talk in a space which is open and discuss if you want to register or not. Those with dissenting ideas can disagree. Those ones who don't want, we can, as my friends put it, we should get the reason why we want to register from the word go. So I was hoping the roadmap can be clear on how we are going to be involved. And it is not the model we are getting of consultancies where you send me questions and doodle and all that. I answer tick boxes, then you do, we combine the things, then you tell me this is your document. No, that's not what we want. We want to talk. I think that's where we disagree. Registration, I will put it as simple. I'll put it as simple. That is not a discussion we should be having. It's like what George Orwell says in the Animals Farm book. This donkey, when they removed that strap, and the donkey could not function because they're used to having a strap. Being registered is a way of being regulated, and you will operate under the process or the laws you're being registered with. Who wants to be regulated by one country? I don't want to be regulated by South African laws. I don't want to be regulated by Ethiopian laws. Do you want to have that discussion? Let us be free. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mwambi. Let's have Maria. I see her hand was almost getting off her shoulder.
Yes, Joseph, for quite a while, and all my points have been drawn. But anyway, I'll still echo my voice into all that conversations. I truly believe it's very healthy to have these conversations, and it really kind of guides us who we are, where we want to go, and what we want to achieve, as we've been speaking since yesterday. But again, for me, I echo John's observations. We need to know why ACA existed. That will give us a story behind and why it was a loose coalition. And we need to know why now we truly believe and think we need to move out of this loose coalition. Yes, we know we need to be regulated, but what is not working that we think that needs to be improvement? It's very important to be that kind of human beings or people we converse in that area. It's very true that registration could be something that could work to some individuals, organizations, but personally, I would not prefer to be regulated with a particular country. I would not prefer to be regulated with a certain system. I'm happy when I'm convened in a space where I'm free to speak my mind, to hear the minds of other comrades in the room freely without being regulated by any law, by any policy, moving from one city to the other, looking at the issue. Is that freedom of expression that we are seeking? Is the accountability that we are talking about and pointing fingers to those corporates? But how do we look into our own issues in our own house? This is corporate accountability. It's not my organization. It's not my coalition. We sat together to converse. And maybe something else that I should say, maybe we should put emotions aside as well. We should understand people working at the Secretariat, they're equally human beings. So when we point fingers in the manner that something is so much hideous, so much not transparent, maybe at times we need to find a space to speak in a voice that it can be understood. We need to understand they have feelings. I'm sorry, I'm speaking with a gender I here, I'm a woman. So talking to the person or speaking to issues which are very, very important, but the tone that we're using, it's very discouraging. I think we need to take that as well, going forward to see that and understand we all work together and we need to see that what we want to achieve, we achieve with a common purpose, we achieve with a common voice, we achieve with a common goal. And this is what I'll be expecting from the roadmap. Where did we come from? Where are we now? And where are we heading? And even I'm glad my sister Jeline echoed again my voices. Now we have systems, Google Doc will bring all the issues, prepare the document, right? Who wants the coalition, who doesn't want the coalition? What are the reasons? And those data analytics will bring out all the issues, will be cemented together. It will form another report. And then that could be another conversation where now my brother Mwambi says, we'll have that convening space to have a deep dive discussion. And that commitment, another issue that we need to challenge ourselves, when Secretariat calls us to these online meetings, how many of us appear to have those conversations? This was a discussion in Abidjan, and we say that we cannot have a fulfillment because the time was not enough. And here again, the conversation yesterday was, there is no enough documentation, or it's not yet prepared in both languages. Today, what was expected from the chair of the ad hoc committee was to give us a roadmap. Let us not be emotional. Let us be focused, and let us come here with what we want to achieve going forward. This is my really genuine comment, and I wish us all to be sober when we discuss and think back and look forward. Which Africa do we want in this corporate accountability?
Thank you so much, Maria, for ably articulating your concerns. I don't know if Michael Odiambo still has something to say. He's also a member of the steering committee.
It's not Michael, but Maurice Odiambo. I also wanted to echo what Jogun said, because what I understand about ACA is that it is a loose network. So when we are joining this loose network, know that you are joining a loose network. And managing networks are always so difficult. So I think what we need to talk about now is how we get this constitution out. And then we talk about strategic plan, get it out. And then we move from there. Talking about registration, why do we want to talk about registration now while we have MOU with the university up to 2024? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maurice. I will now invite Justice Mokete to share with us the roadmap that is per the expectation of the General Assembly, and then we'll move on to the next item before we break off for our early lunch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't know, the first time I came here to present what I considered as the roadmap of the ad hoc committee. I don't know whether I was not very clear enough or I was so fast. I made it very clear that the proposals I'm making here are not that of Mokete. They are those of the ad hoc committee that was elected by the General Assembly and put into place for them to work. I was very clear from my roadmap that the issue of the Constitution, if I had to go back, has not arisen just today. It has been a long time discussion from the past or the last 2 or 3 General Assembly meetings. And from my own findings, it has to do with the working mechanisms between ACA and the host institution, which is the Center of Human Rights. The General Assembly has raised questions about the autonomy in terms of the running of the organization by ACA vis-a-vis the host institution. That is how the discussions started. And that is how we reached up to this level. So it was put to the General Assembly and the vote carried forward the discussions, endorsed that there was a need to come out to improve the governance structure and the working relationship with the host institution. And one of the things to do this is to allow the coalition to be registered as a legal entity. So that is the background, the long and short of it. That is it. From my perspective and the perspective of the ad hoc committee, that is what I'm giving you. It's not my personal opinion. But I endorsed when the voting was going on, I endorsed it. So now, as we are saying about the Constitution, we need to come out with an improved document to see how we can be more accountable to ourselves vis-a-vis our working relationship with the host institution. That is the whole idea of the Constitution. And to agree whether or not we are going to give the coalition an independent legal entity. Simple. That is a mandate, one of the things that the General Assembly has to do. In that way, please, we said the Constitution that you have will need to receive, we need to receive input from the membership from today within the whole of September, 1 month. The Constitution will be translated and sent both English and French versions via the Secretariat to membership. Within 1 month to the end of September, we need your input. Your input will be sent online to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will have 1 month till the end of October 2022 to assemble the opinions of membership. And by the end of October, they send the summary of what they have put together to the ad hoc committee, the technical committee that UPO endorsed and voted yesterday, headed by my humble self. The ad hoc committee will have 1 month between the 1st of November to the 30th of November to synchronize all these ideas and come out with a working document, which will be sent to the steering committee within 1 month, the end of December 2022. The steering committee will have to look at this and give their own opinion on it. And now, when they endorse it, send it back to the General Assembly via the online means before the end of January 2023. And the General Assembly will have the responsibility of review and we adopt the constitution. That is the roadmap. I hope that one is very clear now. And I have had the opportunity of answering all the three questions or the three issues raised by Marianne, Mwambi, Maurice. Okay, thank you. Any other issues we carry from there?
Thank you so much, Your Lordship, Justice Mokete, for sharing the roadmap. A quick reminder, 3 of us who registered to take the COVID test haven't yet taken it. Kindly visit the health officials table because they're about to leave to be able to process the results. Elvis, Christian, and a third colleague, you haven't yet taken the test. Ariela has something to say. She's the co-chair of our steering committee.
Thanks, Joseph. Just to confirm, I'm here on behalf of the co-chair, Professor Madlingozi. Just 2 things. Thank you to the judge. The first thing, I'm sorry if I misunderstood, but there doesn't seem to be time built into the roadmap that allows for the translation of the current document into French. So effectively, we can't run from today asking members to submit comments if we haven't circulated the French version. So I just want to ask on that. And then the second thing is that my understanding of the suggestion from the subcommittee as directed by the GA and the steering committee is not specifically that we register a car, but that we look more generally into ways to increase accountability. So I think there's, and it's clear from previous discussions, there seems to still be a lot of debate around that and thoughts around that. So I would suggest that we build in time for that level of discussion to be had, as colleagues have suggested in the process, rather than saying now that we agree on registration as a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chair, for that clarification. I see Arnold and Jacqueline have their hands up. Who? Jacqueline?
Oh, all right, thank you. I just wanted also to add on to what the co-chair has just said about the timeline. In addition, I see that the dates that we are contemplating are November and December to have a look and finalize, but usually that time of the year, many people set aside to take time away from work and to rest. So could we not then just also extend it so that we give more time and allow for those who will not be available to do any work? Maybe possibly move that 1 month, maybe to make it like a 2 or 3 months, because my understanding is that the next General Assembly will be in August. So I'm thinking that we do have quite some time to give to everyone to have a look and really focus on the Constitution and then make meaningful contributions.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for sharing that harsh reality that for most of us, December is a closed month for finalizing the year and going on a Christmas break. So the justice and the team could consider taking it up to the new year. Arnold, your hand was up.
Yes, and maybe also to clarify, and I know Justice Mukete has talked about what the General Assembly has always, but I really want to clarify that the decision of registration has never been concluded. And so I don't want a situation where the GA is misled to think that every single time it has been brought up and the members have further echoed, there has always been a demand. There is need to have a conversation on pros and cons, assess political climate, assess even the workings in different countries, because it's not as easy as saying, let's register in Addis and then we move on, because there are so many dynamics. And also, I think the whole review conversation around the Constitution should be giving people opportunity and to kind of realign the different roles of the different organs. Because I don't think there's always been a conversation about the challenges around the General Assembly, the host institution, the Secretariat, and the steering committee. And one of the things I think that need to be clarified within this conversation is the different roles of these entities as a way of strengthening transparency and accountability. So the conversation, it's very, and it's sad that this review or roadmap has centered around registration autonomy, without really looking at what are the different issues that arise. So it's not the assumption that registration will solve all the problems ACA has is misleading also in itself. So I think what needs to be done, and I remember in Abidjan, when the conversation was reopened about registration, and then it was, oh, we are going to register in Nigeria. It was rejected by the General Assembly because there has not been input and conversations why registration is. We are members, and people have said, we are members of coalitions in so many of them. And the nature of operation and the sustenance of them is the loose nature of them, because there are also different dynamics around registering and ownership, and then implementation and competition between this, which was a coalition, now it's an individual organization of itself. So I think the conversation around the pros and cons of registration should be undertaken by the General Assembly for people to look and say, what is not working? Are there avenues to address it? Is registration going to cure it? And where to? And so that by the time a decision is taken by the General Assembly that maybe registration is going to address our problems, then everybody knows why and why not. And for me, one other point I needed to make is that the Constitution doesn't have to state where the coalition is registered. The Constitution is offering guiding and governance structures and principles and clarifying different roles. Because what happens, so if it's registered here and then the General Assembly wakes up 5 years like, we no longer want Addis, do we unregister and then move to a different country? So there is a whole conversation that needs to be had. But what I wanted to clarify that that should not be tied into reviewing and completing the constitution of the entire coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more points of clarifications or concern about the process? The justice has noted that, yes, Kasum, you're going to have the floor.
Mes chers frères et sœurs, je voudrais m'adresser à vous. Peut-être que ça sera une fois de manière très, très passionnée, mais très, très claire dans mon esprit. Aujourd'hui, nous ne sommes pas en train de nous battre contre l'Afrique et contre l'Europe, ou contre l'Afrique, contre l'Amérique, ou contre l'Afrique, contre l'Asie. Nous sommes ici entre nous, Africains, qui avons créé une coalition qui représente 36 pays et je ne sais pas, 140 organisations. Je crois que nous devons être très, très lucides et savoir que nous sommes des Africains, nous sommes en train de construire notre continent. Ces petits jeux de concurrence ou de vouloir avoir ça, vouloir ne pas avoir ça, vraiment sortons de ça, mettons-nous au-dessus de tout ça. Je pense que ce principe-là doit être très, très clair pour nous. La coalition que nous sommes en train de bâtir, qui a maintenant 9 ans, 9 ans, même pour une entreprise, start-up qui lève $1 milliard en termes de financement, ils n'attendent pas 2 ans en phase d'incubation. Mais une coalition qui a fait 9 ans en incubation, je vous assure que le rapport qu'on a présenté aujourd'hui, moi, je ne suis pas fier. Je ne suis pas fier. Parce qu'on a fait 2 jours ici, depuis hier et aujourd'hui. On n'a pas parlé de ce que nous devons faire pour que la redevabilité des entreprises soit une réalité en Afrique. On n'a pas parlé de ça. Hier, on a passé toute une journée à parler des choses, c'est vrai, c'est bien, mais pas du cœur du sujet de ACA. Qu'est-ce qui fait que ACA a de la valeur ajoutée dans la construction du continent? Ça, on n'en parle pas. Et ça, je suis vraiment dessus qu'on ne passe pas de temps à discuter de ça. Et on parle d'abord des questions d'argent, des questions de lieu, des questions de... C'est vrai, ça c'est important. Mais depuis 9 ans, qu'est-ce que nous avons fait en Afrique
qui peut nous dire que nous sommes fiers d'avoir fait en tant qu'ACA. Je n'en connais pas. Ça, je n'en connais pas. Donc, pour cette raison, je voudrais que nous revenions à nos fondamentaux et que les questions de fond comme ça soient discutées. Parce que ce qui est à l'intérieur de l'œuf est plus important que la coquille de l'œuf. Mais quand on parle de constitution, je vois que les gens, ils parlent beaucoup d'énergie. On ne veut pas que la constitution... Moi, ça fait 30 ans que je suis dans la société civile. J'ai vu toutes sortes de constitutions. Et même en Afrique du Sud, moi, j'ai créé une organisation panafricaine en Afrique du Sud, qui a été enregistrée en Afrique du Sud et qui a aussi une institution haute qui est en Afrique du Sud. Donc, il n'y a pas d'antinomie entre une organisation qui est enregistrée et qui est une organisation haute. Il n'y a pas d'antinomie. Il faudrait que les rôles soient clarifiés, c'est tout. Donc, je voudrais que le Centre des droits humains n'ait pas peur que les membres qui sont ici veulent leur arracher à cap pour aller ailleurs. Ça, il faudrait qu'on se rassure. Soyons très honnêtes. Personne ne va renier, en tout cas, tant que moi je suis à ACA, comme membre du comité de pilotage ou comme simple membre, personne ne va renier l'apport que le centre a apporté à la naissance, à la croissance aujourd'hui et au futur de ACA. Une organisation, quand elle se crée, elle définit des partenariats. Même si ACA est enregistré au Cameroun, en Côte d'Ivoire, au Mali, ou je ne sais pas, en Éthiopie, c'est des raisons qui sont valables. Mais on peut dire, dans notre convention, dans notre accord, on aura un partenariat stratégique avec le centre à vie. Ce partenaire stratégique, c'est un partenaire de recherche, c'est un partenaire de formation, c'est un partenaire de ceci, c'est là. Il reste une organisation partenaire stratégique de référence pour nous. Et ça doit être clair. On doit le reconnaître. Mais il ne faudrait pas que nous rentrons dans des conflits inutiles. Parce que l'Afrique, c'est qu'il y a des conflits. On ne résout aucun problème. On passe du temps à parler, et on ne crée rien. En 9 ans, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? Rien du tout. On ne fait que parler. Chaque fois, ramener la Constitution à l'année prochaine, ramener les steering committees à l'année prochaine, ainsi de suite, ainsi de suite. Et se retrouve 10 ans après à ne rien faire. Quand on parle de l'évaluation financière des audits, nous venons de prendre notre fonction en février. Normalement, on aurait pu demander l'audit des comptes des 2 mandats. C'est ça qui serait logique. Parce que l'organisation est une histoire. Qu'est-ce qu'on a reçu de 1 franc depuis la création jusqu'au jour d'aujourd'hui? Les 2 mandats qui ont... Donnez-nous le rapport d'audit. On aurait pu demander ça. Et c'est normal. C'est sur cette base que nous aussi, nous pouvons dire, à la fin de notre mandat, voilà ce qu'on a réalisé. Je pense que ça, c'est normal. Ça, ce point-là, il faudrait que si on fasse l'audit, ce n'est pas l'audit de l'année dernière, mais essayons de voir les audits de toutes les années, depuis la création de ACA jusqu'à aujourd'hui, pour qu'on sache qu'il y a une histoire financière et qui est transparente pour tous. Parce qu'on ne peut pas exiger la redevabilité des entreprises qui viennent investir dans notre continent et que nous-mêmes, en tant que membres, on n'est pas clair, on n'est pas transparent, on n'est pas redevable. Ça ne peut pas marcher. OK, ça c'est clair. Deuxièmement, par rapport au temps, il y a ma soeur qui a demandé qu'il faut du temps encore jusqu'au mois de mars. Mais mes amis, on a quitté au mois d'octobre, au Congo. On a demandé qu'il y ait la traduction de la Constitution en français depuis le mois d'octobre. Est-ce que ça a été fait? 1 an environ. Est-ce que ça a été fait? 1 an pour la traduction en français. Est-ce que ça a été fait? Personne ne se plaint. Mais quand on demande, pour une fois, quand on demande des membres de travailler, même si on vous donne un délai de 2 semaines, faites-le. Même si on vous donne un délai de 2 semaines, faites-le. Il faut que les membres travaillent. Parce que tant que les membres ne travaillent pas, le secrétariat va vous dire que vous ne faites rien, c'est nous qui faisons tout. Voici la raison. On vous demande de lire un document. Il y a des gens à qui on a envoyé, par exemple, l'invitation pour participer à l'Assemblée générale, qui n'ont même pas pu remplir le formulaire. Alors que le délai est clair. Quand même, soyons sérieux. Travaillons. ACA appartient aux membres. ACA appartient aux membres. Ça doit être clair pour tout le monde. Le secrétariat apporte un soutien. les bailleurs de fonds apportent un soutien, d'autres partenaires techniques peuvent apporter des soutiens, mais je voudrais qu'on soit clair. Si on peut boucler même la Constitution au mois de fin septembre, moi, ça me ferait plaisir. Parce que ça ne nous prend pas du temps. Dans chacune de nos organisations, on a au moins 3 membres du personnel, 4 membres. On peut dédier à une personne, tu as 3 jours pour nous lire ça et faire nos commentaires, on envoie. C'est fini. Pourquoi attendre 1 mois, 2 mois, 3 mois, 4 mois, février 2023, juin 2025? Non, soyons sérieux, mes amis. Donc, je voudrais vous dire une chose. Je pense qu'il est très clair. Il ne faudrait pas que le centre se sente frustré, menacé. Il n'y a pas de menace. Il ne faut pas que les membres se mettent à discuter comme on se fait au niveau des sièges de l'Union africaine. On discute à chaque fois. Les chefs d'État se réunissent, ils discutent, ils reviennent en janvier, ils discutent. On remet en janvier prochain, ils discutent. Vous allez faire la même chose. C'est ce que vous allez faire. Je crois que nous voulons changer l'Afrique. Soyons très smart, soyons réalistes, travaillons, changeons les choses de manière concrète. Et sur ce, moi, je pense qu'il faudrait qu'on arrête la politique politicienne au sein de ACA. J'observe et je regarde tout le monde. Travaillons de manière concrète. Faisons des réalisations. On a des opportunités maintenant. La Constitution. On a des opportunités. Le plan stratégique. On a des opportunités pour définir les activités qui vont faire notre raison d'être. Sans ça, on perd notre temps à dépenser de l'argent, à venir dans les beaux hôtels, à faire des voyages, à venir rigoler et à repartir. Vraiment, moi, personnellement, en tant que futur chef d'État du Mali et de l'Afrique, donc je ne veux pas perdre mon temps comme ça. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency to be. We hope the citizens of Mali cast their vote in your favor. For the passionate submission about ACA, I think it brings us to the closure of this discussion. But just to emphasize, one participant hasn't yet taken the COVID test. Griffin, kindly get to the health personnel's desk and take your COVID test. You're delaying the production of results for all others because the health worker cannot leave without taking your test. You registered for it. Kindly get to that point. Okay. And we've concluded that issue. I'm now going to invite Your Lordship, you can take your seat. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to the next agenda item, which is around the steering committee selection process. And I'll invite the Secretariat. Liz, are you the one presenting or Dr. Yolanda? To be able to speak to this issue, to the best of my knowledge, emails were sent out with voting procedures and calling for expression of interests. And that's information that the Secretariat has. And shortly thereafter, we'll be having a lunch break. Initially, I thought it would be early, but now it's not.
Joseph, a member would like to express his concerns in regard to the discussion we're having. So maybe before we proceed to the next item, maybe he needs to express himself.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Elvis Mbembe. My organization works in Rwanda and DRC. So I had just to clarify with Liz if it was appropriate for me to say what I was thinking in line with what we have just discussed. Because I think we have had a very interesting and very deep discussion with different views on what we want about ACA for the next coming years. But I was just surprised that we are concluding without any clear approach to this issue and any clear resolution. Because we have people who feel like we want to go through the elaboration of constitution, which we all agree on, but the constitution itself will contain some provisions that should take either the way of those who think that we should have the organization registered or keep it as a loose coalition. But now we have moved to, I think we'll proceed because it was said that we'll receive copies of copy of the constitution, put comment and move forward. But since we have not yet agreed on the approach to take, I think we may end up next year during the next General Assembly with the constitution that contains provisions that we don't agree with. For that reason, I think this assembly here should take a clear resolution, either by vote of members or in whatever way, where we decide exactly what we want to do and what will be in that constitution. Here, I mean, are we deciding to register this as an independent organization with all the issues that we have raised? But before that, I think John and many other people raised very pertinent concerns. Like, before we decide whether we are registering or not, going to Addis Ababa or stay in South Africa or come to Rwanda or wherever, we need first as members of the General Assembly to know what is not working with what we have. So if we agree on what is not working, then we can explore the ways of how to improve. Then if one of those ways is registering, moving from South Africa to another place, then we can take that way. But I think we shouldn't just move without taking a clear stand on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor, from DRC and Rwanda, for ably sharing your concerns. The conclusion of the initial session was that members are going to participate in the development of ACA's constitution. So the roadmap that the Honorable Justice Mokete shared with us had to clarify the timelines that we have as members of ACA to participate in the review of the constitution. Maria suggested that we can use a Google document where people send comments about the provisions of the constitution they don't feel comfortable with. And the co-chair, Ariela here representing Professor Shepo, clarified that it was not the view of the steering committee or the previous General Assembly that ACA gets registered. It's just a proposal. So I encourage colleagues present here today and those online to participate in the constitution development process, share your views, your concerns, such that we are able to have a proper governance document. That was the conclusion of the initial session.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand things very correctly. I would have expected, and maybe that is what we are suggesting, or Maria suggested through Google document, maybe we have a kind of referendum with clear questions where we have to say yes or no, then we count the votes and we know, okay, the majority want it to be registered, the majority want this. But again, the point was what is not working? Because we want to know. Because the way things are being done, if we have people who feel like it should remain that way and others feel like we want to change, we want to know what is not working before we can take one way or another.
Moderator,
thank you, Dr.
Moderator, it gets a bit uncomfortable when we get all these many speeches and the questions are not resolved. As members, what is not working? Because when I listen to the incoming president of Mali, he seemed to be tapping on very many things that he seems to know that we don't know. If we are accountable to this coalition, what is not working? Can we be told that is making us get to registering or not registering? That's simply the question we're asking. Is it so much that we are asking?
Thank you, John, for your concern. I honestly don't want to stretch this discussion further than this.
Just a minute.
Okay, good.
Chair, on the introduction of this topic, we expected a co-chair to give a clarification, a background of what activities are taking place, the strategic plan, the constitution. Some of the issues that we are raising here are going to be addressed by that. So we needed to know, during the strategic plan process, would be asked questions which are going to respond to some of the issues. Where do we want ACA to go? What do we want to be included? So they should know there are several policies that are being developed by ACA. So we needed to have a background on where we are. We are in the process of developing. What have we developed? What are we proposing? And members should maybe contribute to what they want to be included in the development of such.
Thank you so much, Godfrey, for raising that. Ariela mentioned the aspects of the strategic plan that were being developed. She's representing Professor Shepo, who is the co-chair from the Center for Applied Legal Studies. And I believe by the time we are done with this General Assembly, the consultants would have reached out to the membership to share their concerns. Some of us that have been fortunate to already participate in the interview with the consultants, we've shared with them our personal and individual concerns about what is not working and what needs to change. And as the General Assembly, we will participate in the validation of the strategic plan of ACA for the next 5 years. So I think that allays all our fears, and I request that you let us proceed from this item and have the Secretariat tell us about the steering committee election process, such that we are able to break for lunch subsequently.
Thank you very much. With regard to the elections of the steering committee members whose mandates are expiring now this year, we have received 3 nominations. 2 of them are actually from the outgoing steering committee members, namely the Institute for Sustainable Development based in Malawi, our current host organization. The second one is Jama Resource Initiative. It's actually also, that the organization is also a member of the steering committee, and the 2 were elected last year during the 2021 General Assembly. We also received a 3rd nomination from the DRC. Now, the DRC has joined the East African community recently. However, according to the AU demarcations of regions, DRC is in Central Africa. So basically, this nomination is not, this organization cannot be eligible for this time. So since we have the same organizations that are already part of the steering committee, the Secretariat assumes that we do not need to go through the voting process. So we assume that their mandate will be automatically renewed for the next 3 years. So we want the membership to confirm whether this works or if you have different opinions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz, for explaining to us that process this far. Is the membership agreeable to this? We could invite Mr. Odiambo and Godfrey to come and say hello to us before we break off for lunch. Colleagues, are we agreeable to what Ms. Pema has suggested? Okay. Yes, Ariela?
Thank you. Elise, can I ask if we can just clarify exactly which those vacancies are?
Sorry. The vacancies are for the southern region, and obviously it's not CALS because CALS has still has a 2-year, I mean, it was voted, it was elected for a 2-year mandate. So it's ISD, Institute for Development, for Sustainable Development, or host organization. And the second one is Jama Resource Initiative, an organization based in Kenya that is representing the Eastern region. Thank you.
Okay, we have Justice Mokete's vote. Any other views? I could invite Godfrey and Mr. Odiambo to come and just say hello to us, then we can break off for lunch. The silence in the room is worrying. After the heated debate, now everybody out of the blue is quiet. But Maurice and Godfrey, come and say hello to the members as they renew your mandate for the next 1 year.
The next 3 years.
Okay.
To the co-chairs and the General Assembly at large, my name is Maurice Omodiambo. I work for Jama Resource Initiatives. We are based in Kenya, and last year we were elected in absentia. And I was informed that I was eligible for election again. And because I was elected in absentia, I wanted to participate and ask for your votes this time round. But because we did not have any competitors, so I would just like to say thank you so much for and maybe what I would like to say that is that I would like to do two things. One is to see to it that the constitution is done and is operational. And because constitutions are always working documents, it could be redone and redone again. But I promise that before March, we will have a new constitution. The second thing I would be very much interested in is to have a strategic direction for ACA, and being a member of the steering committee again now, and we are in the process of developing a strategic plan, which has never been for the last 8 years. I would be interested in seeing to it that this is also sees the light of day and it is implemented. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for renewing our mandate as ISD in Malawi. We thank you so much for taking your time to visit us here in Malawi. We do hope that our renewed mandate will help to address some of the issues that are being raised. It's just about less than nine months when we joined the SCC. The number of issues, those which you are raising now, we raised them. The previous General Assembly raised the same issues. So take it that these concerns are going to be addressed by our response to the strategic plan and the other processes that are being made. Other concerns are going to be addressed through the Constitution. So if we participate into these processes, if we check our emails and read regularly, I was concerned that one of the questions was about maybe capacity building training in Southern Africa when we actually, the Secretariat hosted one. It just shows that most of us, we do not follow the trend. Even some of the questions we get back, but if we regularly check our emails and get updates and follow, some of the issues would not take much of our time. However, we thank you so much. We would wish you a safe trip back home. Thank you so much. Zikomo kwambiri.
Thank you, Godfrey and Maurice, for saying hello to the GA. It's at this point that we'll break off for lunch, but after lunch, we'll have the launch of our Access to Remedy comic book and animation. And subsequently, we'll have an NGO fair. I believe we'll be able to know where we are setting up for the different participants to be able to showcase the work they're doing and also share with others. I see the Secretariat has something to say before we break off for lunch.
Yes, for the NGO fair, for those who are able to carry reports, flyers, anything related to the work they do in their respective countries and communities, you are kindly requested to submit them to the Secretariat so that we can actually display them on the tables. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity on the NGO fair. We encourage all the participants to come back and get to learn more about the kind of work that the different members from the different regions, different countries are doing around corporate accountability. I don't know, has the direction changed where we're having lunch initially? Okay.
It's still the same place, but we are thinking since we have only 2 items on the agenda now, maybe we can start at 2 and then we'll be eventually be done by 3, if that works for everyone. Or
We get back to the room by 2
by
p.m.
2 p.m.
Okay.
Yes.
So our lunch break will come to an end at 2 p.m. That's what she's saying.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Nice lunch. I don't know how they say it in French, but yeah. Bon appetit. Thank you.
Sorry, everyone, can I just have your attention? Lunch will not be in the room here like yesterday. It will be in that main building if you go up the stairs there in the foyer.
Hello. Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back from the lunch break, the 90-minute lunch break that is often not given in any space. Hope you enjoyed your meals. Was that the case? Okay, that's great. You're most welcome to our last segment of day 2 of ACA's General Assembly. And on our program, we'll have the launch of the Access to Remedy comic book and animation. I don't know if Yolanda and her team are ready to take us through this segment of the program. And after this launch, we'll be able to have the NGO fair. I already see some displays are up there. I encourage all colleagues after the launch to be able to bring the materials they've been publishing and tell us about the work they're doing, such that we get to learn what's happening in your various countries when it comes to business and human rights, when it comes to corporate accountability. And then we'll be closing General Assembly at 4:30. Yolanda and the team, are you ready for the launch? I don't know, are we starting with the video? Hope the sound quality will be much better than what we had in the morning. Okay, it's at this juncture that I'll invite Yolanda and Madigan from Accountability Council to speak about the comic book on access to remedy. And subsequently, we'll get to the launch.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. So as you might know, so you received this Access to Remedy in Africa booklet in your conference pack. So we've been working on this for a while. I think it started even before I was with ACA. So it's just obviously one of our very important work streams, Access to Remedy in Africa, and one that we really want to expand on and create a resource then for not only CSOs, communities, grassroots organizations to be able to use this in a way that they can support communities that are negatively affected by the activities of corporations and mining activities and so forth. So we worked very closely on this for a very long time, back and forth doing drafts, and we worked with with Greenhouse, the people that really did the layout and the design and worked with us on that. And we worked on the script with them, but mostly with Accountability Council helping us with the script and making sure that we had a message that was really clear and in a way to project the message that we wanted to get across. So Madigan Griffin is here with us all the way from the US. She works for Accountability Council and some of her colleagues in Kenya. Robbie, I think, is joining us via Zoom. So they have been really assisting us with this project. And I'll give her a few minutes also to speak about it.
Thank you very much. My name is Madigan Griffin. I'm here representing Accountability Council. The key to our work, and I'm sure much of your work as well, is equitable access to information so that communities are equipped to make informed decisions and take action in defense of their rights and environment. This comic is an evolution of the research report Accountability in Africa, which my colleague Robbie presented with ACA at last year's General Assembly in Pointe Noire. And this visual comic book medium has been a new experiment for Accountability Council. We're very excited for the report's important information to reach a broader audience through this project. This comic book has also been a great source of inspiration for Accountability Council's future thinking about accessible formats to share information with communities. And it's been a privilege to work with Aka, with Liz, Yolandi, Thelma, and the Greenhouse Animation team on this project. We at Accountability Council are proud to be an Aka partner, and I'm honored to be here with the coalition members this week. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say, just like the FP comic book that we did, there's also comic videos that are associated with the comic books. And now we're going to play both of those. We're going to start with the French version if we're ready. So we're going to play the French version of the comic. And then after that, we play the English version. And then we're going to disseminate that we're going to put it on the website. And then we're hoping that members can share with communities and with CSOs on how they can, better access to Remedy.
Une communauté est riche et complexe. Elle est composée d'enfants qui jouent et apprennent, de parents qui les enseignent et les protègent, et de personnes âgées qui jouent le rôle de guide. Mais souvent, c'est bien plus que cela. Il s'agit d'histoire, d'ascendance et d'héritage.
Tu sais quoi? J'adore vivre ici. Nos racines sont tellement profondes.
Une communauté est riche et complexe. Elle est composée d'enfants qui jouent et apprennent, de parents qui les enseignent et les protègent, et de personnes âgées qui jouent le rôle de guide. Mais souvent, c'est bien plus que cela. Il s'agit d'histoire, d'ascendance et d'héritage.
Tu sais quoi? J'adore vivre ici. Nos racines sont tellement profondes.
Et tu es en train de dire que je suis un arbre?
Tu as juste besoin de pousser un peu ta réflexion.
Les racines d'une communauté peuvent être menacées par des systèmes et des décisions externes. Par exemple, l'immense plantation de palmiers à huile dans cette communauté, financée par des agences internationales, nuit à l'environnement de la communauté et prive les gens de leurs terres et de leurs moyens de subsistance.
Que peut-on faire pour arrêter ça?
Nous devons en savoir plus sur la société qui exploite cette plantation de palmiers à huile et nuise à notre communauté. Comment faire pour qu'ils nous écoutent?
Y a-t-il quelqu'un qui peut nous aider à obtenir plus d'informations?
J'ai entendu dire qu'un représentant d'une organisation qui connaît des situations comme la nôtre sera à la rencontre communautaire aujourd'hui.
Peut-être qu'ils sauront par où commencer.
Nous en avons assez des dégâts que cette plantation cause à notre communauté. Que pouvons-nous faire?
Eh bien, il y a quelques options disponibles si vous voulez exiger un changement. Vous pourriez vous adresser aux tribunaux nationaux qui peuvent suspendre le projet ou accorder une indemnisation. Cependant, les affaires judiciaires peuvent être coûteuses et prendre du temps. Et les décisions sont incertaines.
Cela semble difficile. Que pouvons-nous faire d'autre?
Nous pourrions déposer une plainte auprès de la Cour africaine ou de la Commission africaine. Mais ces processus sont également très longs et complexes. Et des décisions favorables n'entraîneront pas nécessairement un recours pour notre communauté.
Les tribunaux sont-ils notre seule option?
Il existe également des bureaux de plainte chez les principaux investisseurs internationaux, comme la Banque mondiale ou la Banque africaine de développement, qui sont là pour tenir les entreprises et les bailleurs de fonds responsables des dommages causés aux communautés. Ils ne sont pas parfaits, mais ils valent la peine d'être considérés.
De nombreux investisseurs internationaux promettent de respecter les droits humains et environnementaux des communautés et ont créé des bureaux de plainte plus accessibles qui ont moins d'obstacles que les tribunaux. Ils permettent aux communautés d'exiger des réparations par le biais d'enquêtes ou de négociations.
Je voudrais porter plainte, s'il vous plaît.
Les communautés n'ont pas besoin d'un avocat pour accéder à ces bureaux. Cependant, ces bureaux ne sont pas des tribunaux et ne sont pas en mesure de faire appliquer les accords ou les recommandations qu'ils font.
Cela semble intéressant. Nous pouvons défendre nos droits nous-mêmes et leur dire exactement ce dont nous avons besoin pour réparer le mal qu'ils ont causé.
En fin de compte, les communautés devront faire pression sur les investisseurs pour qu'ils respectent leurs engagements. Cela peut nécessiter l'attention des médias, un plaidoyer auprès des hauts fonctionnaires, etc. Certaines communautés obtiennent une réparation significative grâce à ces processus et d'autres non. La communauté doit prendre une décision claire pour savoir si cette stratégie est la meilleure.
Comment savons-nous à quel bureau envoyer notre plainte?
Il existe des organisations de la société civile qui se spécialisent dans le soutien aux communautés pour approcher ces bureaux de plaintes internationaux, comme la Coalition africaine pour la redevabilité des entreprises, ACCA, ou Accountability Council, AC.
Nous pouvons chercher à connaître d'où vient le financement de la plantation. Ce ne sera pas facile. Les chaînes d'investissement sont souvent complexes, mais peut-être que l'une des agences qui investissent dans la plantation a un bureau de redevabilité.
C'est un bon début. Pourquoi n'y a-t-il pas plus de communautés qui déposent des plaintes auprès des bureaux de redevabilité?
Ce sont des outils puissants, mais il existe encore un large éventail d'obstacles qui pourraient rendre le processus difficile, voire dangereux.
Certaines communautés sont incapables d'accéder aux bureaux de redevabilité en raison d'un manque d'informations sur les bureaux et comment ils peuvent aider, mais aussi à cause des contraintes financières, linguistiques, géographiques et temporelles. Les menaces de représailles et les efforts pour faire taire la dissidence sont malheureusement courants et il peut être dangereux pour les communautés de s'exprimer. Il n'y a pas non plus de garantie d'un résultat particulier. Cette stratégie, comme toutes les stratégies, comporte certains risques.
Et le Covid? Nous ne voulons pas qu'un membre de notre communauté tombe malade, mais les restrictions sont si difficiles.
Les restrictions de mouvement peuvent empêcher l'organisation communautaire, la communication, les formations et l'interaction avec les représentants du bureau de redevabilité. Un accès limité à la technologie empêche souvent la possibilité de faire recours aux réunions virtuelles. Heureusement, les bureaux reçoivent toujours des plaintes et développent de meilleurs outils virtuels au cas où les visites en personne seraient restreintes.
Nous ne parlons même pas la même langue que les investisseurs des sociétés de plantation. Comment pouvons-nous défendre notre village?
La plupart des bureaux acceptent les plaintes dans n'importe quelle langue.
Avec toutes ces informations cruciales, nous devons décider du chemin à suivre en tant que communauté.
Une communauté est plus forte que les barrières causées par les systèmes d'investissement mondiaux. Parce que les racines de la communauté sont profondes, elles sont ancrées dans la famille, la tradition et les valeurs culturelles.
Nous sommes plus forts que ce système.
Nous sommes unis. Nous avons le pouvoir.
En utilisant leur propre pouvoir intrinsèque et en acquérant de nouvelles connaissances avec l'aide des organisations de la société civile, ils peuvent surmonter cette tempête. Ils peuvent reprendre le contrôle de leur terre et de leur vie.
Tu avais raison. Nos racines sont profondes. Cela nous donne de la force.
A community is rich and complex. It's children playing, learning, parents teaching, protecting, elders guiding. But it's so much more. It's about history, ancestry, and legacy.
You know what? I love living here. Our roots go deep.
Are you saying I'm a tree?
You just need to branch out your thinking a bit.
A community's deep roots can be threatened by external systems and decisions. For example, the huge palm oil plantation in this community, funded by international agencies, is harming the community's environment and robbing people of their land and livelihoods.
What can we do to stop this?
We need to know more about the company operating this palm oil plantation. They are harming our community. How can we make them listen to us?
Do we know anyone
who can help us get more information.
I hear a representative from an organization that knows about situations like ours will be at the community meeting today.
Maybe they will know where to start.
We are tired of the damage this plantation is causing our community. What can we do?
Well, there are a few options if you want to demand change. You could approach the national courts, which might stop the project or grant compensation. However, court cases can be expensive and time-consuming, and the decisions are uncertain.
That sounds tough. What else can we do?
We could file a case to the African Court or the African Commission, but these processes are also very long and complex, and favorable rulings won't necessarily result in remedy for our community.
Are courts our only option?
There are also compliant officers at major international investors like the World Bank or the African Development Bank, which exist to hold companies and project financiers accountable for harm caused to communities. These are not perfect, but they are worth considering.
Many international investors make promises to respect communities' human and environmental rights and have created more approachable complaint offices which have fewer barriers than courts. They allow communities themselves to demand remedy through investigation or negotiation.
I'd like to make a complaint, please.
Communities don't need a lawyer to access these offices. However, these offices are not courts and are unable to enforce any agreement or recommendation they make.
This sounds interesting. We can defend our rights ourselves and tell them exactly what we need to fix the harm they caused.
Ultimately, communities will need to put pressure on investors to follow through on any commitments. This may require media attention, advocacy with senior officials, and more. Some communities receive meaningful remedy through these processes, and some do not. The community needs to make an informed decision about whether this strategy is the right one for them.
How do we know which office to send our complaints to?
There are civil society organizations that specialize in supporting communities to approach these international complaint offices, like the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, ACCA, or Accountability Council, AC.
We can research where the financing for the plantation is coming from. It won't be easy. Investment chains are often complex, but maybe one of the agencies investing in the plantation has an accountability office.
This feels like a good start. Why don't more communities file complaints with accountability offices?
They are powerful tools, but there is still a wide range of barriers that could make the process difficult or even dangerous.
Some communities are unable to access accountability offices due to a lack of information about what they are and how to use them, as well as financial, linguistic, geographic, and time constraints. Threats of retaliation and efforts to silence dissent are sadly common and can make it dangerous for communities to speak up. There's also no guarantee of any particular outcome. This strategy, like all strategies, has risks.
What about COVID? We don't want anyone in our community to get sick, but the restrictions are so difficult.
Restrictions on movement may prevent community organizing, communication, trainings, and interaction with accountability office representatives. Limited access to technology often prevents the possibility of virtual alternatives. Fortunately, complaint officers are still receiving complaints and developing better virtual tools in case in-person visits are restricted.
We don't even speak the same language as the plantation company investors. How can we defend our home?
Most compliant offices accept complaints in any language.
With all this crucial information, we must decide as a community what path to take.
A community is stronger than the barriers caused by global investment systems because the community's roots go deep. They're embedded in family, tradition, and cultural values.
We are stronger than this system.
We are united. We hold the power.
By utilizing their own intrinsic power and by gaining new knowledge with the aid of civil society organizations, they can weather the storm. They can regain control of their land and lives.
You were right. Our roots go deep. This gives us strength.
Thank you so much, Belandia. What's happening with the sound? Sorry about that, but I believe both the French and English audience has been able to follow the comic video, and all of us got the books in our backpacks yesterday. Is that the case? So what ceremony do we perform to launch it? Do we just declare it hereby launched? All right, I am using the powers given unto me by the General Assembly to declare the comic book on access to remedy, together with the comic video, launched at this year's General Assembly. Should we clap? We hope that the membership will be able to use the information, especially the videos, in the different spaces where we work, in the countries where we work, such that people are able to follow issues of access to remedy when it comes to corporate accountability and the impacts of business activities on the enjoyment of our rights. Is your hand up? Okay.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Libert Nyobampama, je suis du Burundi. Je salue évidemment cet outil qui vient de nous être présenté, mais j'ai un petit commentaire sur ça. C'est que, comme on vient de le voir, et comme c'était même écrit sur le programme, il s'agit d'un remède aux dommages causés à l'environnement et partant aux populations. Mais je suis en train de me demander s'il n'y aurait pas un outil qui n'est pas remède, mais qui est plutôt une vaccination. Qu'est-ce que je veux dire? Quand il s'agit d'un remède, comme on vient de le voir, c'est que le mal est déjà consommé. Si le mal est déjà consommé, on fait des efforts, et souvent, c'est des efforts qui peuvent être vains et ne pas aboutir à la solution voulue. Tandis que si, parallèlement, on envisageait, et ce serait cela le rôle de l'ACA, des dispositions de vaccination, ça veut dire de prévention, pour que le nombre de ces cas qui arrivent puisse être revu à la baisse. Je pense que ce serait une bonne chose. Et donc, je disais, sans anticiper sur certainement le travail d'élaboration du plan stratégique et du plan d'action qui va en découler, qu'il faudrait aussi envisager des outils, beaucoup plus de prévention, parallèlement à ces outils de remède. Je vous remets la parole. Merci.
Thank you so much for your feedback. I see Liz's hand is up. I don't know if she wants to respond to your concern or she's also raising something different.
I would like to respond to his concern because peut-être que je devais parler en français. Pour répondre à votre question, ce projet vient à la suite d'un autre projet qui a été mis en place l'année dernière sur le consentement libre, informé et préalable en français, ou le Free Prior and Informed Consent, qui en fait justement répond à votre question de savoir s'il y a un moyen de prévenir avant de guérir. Alors, ACA a une vidéo similaire sur le consentement libre, informé et préalable, et cette vidéo est disponible sur le site web de ACA en français et en anglais. Merci.
Thank you so much, Liz, for sharing that information. It's indeed true that the membership of ACA has done a lot of work around developing IEC materials on the principles of free, prior, and informed consent, which we are using to be able to empower communities that are going to be affected by development projects in the various countries across Africa, to be able to appreciate the principles of free, prior, and informed consent, to know how they can demand that they are applied in development project implementation, and that way it suits the aspect of prevention that you talked about. Is that clear? Okay, so at this point, I think we'll be moving to the NGO fair, unless if the colleagues have parting shots, the Access to Remedy team. Do you have any parting shots? Okay, so Liz and the Secretariat, I'm going to invite you to guide us on how to go about the NGO fair. I understand some colleagues have set out materials there, but we need more guidance.
Okay, yeah, so Lise can maybe add to anything, but we set out some tables in the corner there. We have some of ACA's material that we brought, some extra material, but if there's any other organizations, NGOs, CSOs that also have material that they would like to distribute at the table, you are welcome to do so. And then you're also welcome to, if you'd like to take the floor and say something about your organization, we can also give you the space to do that. So I don't know if there was anything else.
I think that's it for the NGO fair. Even if you don't have materials, then you can actually do some networkings with other organizations that are presented here. But also because we are about to leave this place, maybe we need to make sure that everyone is aware of the dinner that will take place this evening. It's on the agenda. Maybe we need to, it will be on the other side, the building where we had lunch. There is a terrace. Maybe Thelma, can you please help us guide people on the way to get to the terrace?
Can I? So we, if you are in the lobby where you had lunch, we will put an ACA banner there in the corner. And there where the ACA banner is, you can just walk down the hall and you will walk straight into the patio. So I think it should be, and what time, Lise? It's at 6?
6:30.
6:30.
All right, hope that information has been well received by the membership present here. We'll have dinner at 6:30 at the terrace on the floor where we had lunch. Okay, thank you so much. Let's get into the NGO fair. I don't know if we have somebody that wants to come and speak about the organization, or they have a video to play for us, or they have materials to display. Other than that, oh, yes.
Bonjour, bonjour à tous, c'est Fatoumata Mbodj du Sénégal de l'ONG LSD. Donc, j'ai amené des documents sur le travail, le travail de recherche que nous avons fait, parce que nous travaillons spécifiquement sur les projets de la Banque africaine de développement, sur les thèmes de la justice climatique, de l'autonomisation des femmes et autres. Donc, nous avons fait des recherches et une étude sur l'engagement climat de la BAD, mais aussi sur l'aspect genre dans les projets de la banque. Donc, les documents, par contre, sont en français, mais comme je l'ai dit à Lise tout à l'heure, le format PDF en anglais pourra être partagé et peut-être qu'elle se chargera, si possible, de le partager avec les participants et les autres membres de ACA. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais dire, mais le format en français, papier, je l'ai amené pour les francophones. Merci.
Thank you so much. Yes.
For me, I didn't carry the materials. I think the communication rather pitched in late, but I could speak about what we're doing as an organization. I come from an organization called Zambia Alliance of Women. It's an affiliate of International Alliance of Women. Formerly registered in 1982. I'm the programs manager there, and we're doing 2 projects that speak to this year's theme. One that is looking at enhancing the voice and agency of women in extractives. And this project is being supported by Oxfam OUS. The project is being implemented in the Copperbelt region of Zambia. Apparently, the region where this project is the largest producer of emeralds in the whole world. And Zambia Alliance of Women's current strategic plan is anchored on 3 strategic pillars, namely gender and climate action, women's rights, and participatory governance. So the project that is being implemented in the Copperbelt region of Zambia is looking at promoting women's voice and agency in extractives. And we have been running this project for it's in its phase 3, a 2-year running, so basically 6 years, with support from Oxfam. And there are quite a number of achievements that have been done in terms of milestones in those areas. I think when we went into those areas, communities were so-called illegal miners now are formalized. We're calling them artisanal and small-scale miners. We have managed to push the agenda of them getting formalized to a point where there is a recognition by Ministry of Mines, who have built capacity in terms of issues of safety, but also the coexistence with mining firms who are mining there. We've also managed to establish structures that are able to hold mining firms to account in terms of mineral revenue sharing, to a point where there is social accountability in terms of community involvement in the use of resources that have been derived from extractives to the local authority. We have seen quite a huge improvement in terms of service delivery from the local authority because of the establishment of these structures that are able to work with the local authority. But beyond that, we also launched a campaign called Show Us Money in this district, where we're trying to look at how to track where the resources are which are coming from the mining firms are being taken to, and that coexistence between the community and the local authority has been quite a success. So that's about the project. The second project is being supported by the Dutch government, which is looking at climate action, voices for climate action, through Akina Mama Africa, based in Uganda. These are our partners. And this project is looking at how we could be able to push the agenda of nature-based solutions in communities where they are impacted largely with the climate crisis. And this is the first year running for this project. Its project is being implemented for the next 5 years. So we still got quite a lot of work that has to be done. So this is just the first year of the project phase. For now, there has not been so much in terms of service delivery around climate action on this project. Specifically, we're looking at how we could ensure that there's capacity nourishing within those communities. And in the subsequent years, there will be quite a lot around service delivery. So that's a bit I can speak to around what we're doing on this theme around the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing work from Zambia. I see another person's hand is up.
Thank you, Joseph. And mine, I'm Brian from ISA Uganda. Mine is just around, it might be a bit of the discussion around the environment, but nonetheless, I thought we could interest some people in a campaign that we have built and are currently running. It's a campaign that is around reclaiming public services. And this campaign was built on the premise that over time we've seen the proliferation of the private actors in delivery of social services, services such as education, health, water, could even be access to electricity. And so we thought that we need to have a movement that reminds governments across Africa that if we are going to be keen on ensuring equity and inclusion, equality in access to social services or public goods, that is, for the most vulnerable, we need to make sure that the government is on top of the agenda. Not to say that private actors cannot be entertained, but I think foremost intention is to see that even when they are entertained, government has to ensure regulation at the very least, and or ensure that the public options that are available are also adequately resourced and financed. So for those that would love to join this campaign, we do share a lot of information and experiences, and so you can just reach out. We have a video about it. I don't know if we have the time to play it, but if you're interested in joining this listserv, you can please reach out to me and we add you to the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Sumo Iswaiko, Coordinator, Peace Point Development Foundation, Nigeria. For us in Peace Point Development Foundation, currently we are implementing a project that is promoting climate justice and sustainable environmental practices in oil-producing communities in Akwa Ibom states. The project is funded by Energy Transition Fund. It's a one-year project that will terminate November this year. Activities are channeled towards the communities, including training them on the production of well-wood efficient stove that made use of less firewood to reduce pressure on the mangroves. We set up environmental clubs, both at the community level and at school level. And by next month, as school is about to resume, our 6 environmental clubs, school environmental clubs, will be competing for our trophy to be won by at least 3 of them who will win. We have done this for the past 3 years, exception of the COVID year. We also link the communities with the government regulatory authorities, like the NOSRA. NOSRA means they are regulating body in terms of oil and gas. We link them with Ministry of Environment, especially Director of Climate Change in Akwa Ibom. She has been there even training the community for us, which is like, in fact, she's like a development worker more than a government official. Besides that, we try to assist communities, especially the forest communities, to develop what we call forest management plans in a participatory manner so that they can make use of their forests in an effective way. I want to also use the opportunity to appreciate ACA, especially the Secretariat, and urge members, whenever you see opportunities shared by ACA, please make use of it. I think on the 2nd of March, 2022, they shared an opportunity, fellowship opportunity in Colombia. That is, what do you call? The Justicia opportunity. I applied and I'm a beneficiary. I started the fellowship program 8th of last month. It's a 6-month. I opted to do 2 months virtually, 2 months facially. So please, when you see such opportunity, please key in. It's a a full scholarship, sponsorship, everything they take care of, and also paid you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. If we were in a religious setting, we would ask that you give us tithe, but it's okay. You took all the benefits. I think the video Brian requested to be played is ready. We can listen to it. It's 1 minute, 1 minute and 36 seconds. Then we'll keep having interactions with friends.
Over the past 10 years, ISA has confirmed that quality public social services in areas such as health and education is critical to the realization of social and economic rights for all.
Quality public social services
are key to ensuring equality and inclusion for all groups in society.
Enable people.
Over the past 10 years, ISA has confirmed that quality public social services in areas such as health and education is critical to the realization of social and economic rights for all.
Quality public social services
are key to ensuring equality and inclusion for all groups in society.
Enable people to live in dignity.
And achieve better standards of living.
Cater for all people, including the poor and most vulnerable.
In the next phase of ISA,
we are growing a movement
to reclaim public social services.
Therefore, we demand that
government strengthens public social service delivery.
Government remains in control of the provision of quality public social services.
Quality public health and education must be free for all.
Government must invest in quality public social services.
Public social services be financed through progressive taxation.
Government refrains from commercializing
and privatizing essential public social services.
Public funds must not finance for-profit entities involved in social service delivery.
Government strengthens regulatory framework for private actors in social services.
The public meaningfully participates
in designing and monitoring public social services.
That's the movement Brian was inviting us to join. We can now have the views from the colleague. You change your mind? Yes. You raised your hand and I said you'd speak after the video. Okay.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Bonjour, l'assistance. Je remercie sincèrement ACA pour l'opportunité qu'elle nous offre envie en tout cas d'apporter notre modeste contribution. Je viens du Niger et nous avons eu à faire une étude et puis à travers un consultant qui a porté sur l'étude d'impact environnemental dans le nord du pays où un certain nombre d'industries, notamment l'uranium extrait par la compagnie qu'on appelle Areva, c'est une compagnie française. Et nous avons eu à faire, maintenant, dans un deuxième temps, nous sommes en train de travailler pour qu'il y ait un contenu local, c'est-à-dire pour qu'il y ait un contenu par rapport à tout ce qui a, en tout cas, une sorte de justice par rapport à tout ce qui est, en tout cas, qui a trait aux communautés. Les communautés doivent avoir leur mot à dire par rapport à l'accès à l'information. Et maintenant, par rapport au premier, l'étude d'impact environnemental, on a constaté qu'il y a un certain nombre, comme on l'a dit depuis hier, il y a un certain nombre de saillies d'impact sur l'environnement. Les populations ne sont pas, en tout cas, informées. Malgré que la Constitution du Niger dit que les populations, qui dit que les contrats doivent être publiés, les revenus tirés des contrats doivent être, en tout cas, doivent être désagrégés, doivent être publiés contrat par contrat. Mais dans la pratique, nous constatons qu'on n'a pas l'information. La dernière fois, il y a même un certain nombre en tout cas, de contrats, en tout cas en lien avec, qui a fait même un tollé dans le pays, en lien avec Arriva, qui n'ont pas été publiés. C'est des gros montants qui n'ont pas été publiés. Et un certain nombre d'organisations, dont le nôtre, la nôtre, disons, le CORD, qui est le collectif des organisations, nous sommes affiliés à ACA, le collectif des organisations de défense des droits et de la démocratie. Nous avons eu à lever le ton pour dire qu'on n'est pas d'accord, la Constitution doit être respectée, les contrats doivent être publiés, et malgré tout, jusqu'à ce jour, les contrats n'ont pas été publiés. Et mieux, j'irais jusqu'à vous dire que nous, notre, en tout cas, c'est une constatation que c'est comme une sorte de mépris pour les pays. Jusqu'à ce jour, depuis l'indépendance jusqu'à aujourd'hui, Arriva, en tout cas, qui extrait le principal uranium et le principal minerai du pays, qui est l'uranium, n'a pas un siège principal à Niamey. Nous sommes en train de louer un local, on a dit que ça, c'est pas normal. Deuxième niveau de notre, là où on n'est pas d'accord, on a dit qu'à partir de ce moment où, à compétence égale, en tout cas, priorité doit être donnée aux entreprises nationales. Les entreprises nationales, c'est ça que nous sommes en train de travailler, c'est le deuxième point de mon intervention, nous appelons ça le contenu local. Il faut que les entreprises aient une sorte de justice par rapport aux communautés. Les communautés doivent être associées. Quand il y a, par exemple, en termes d'employabilité de la main d'œuvre, on l'a dit hier ici, quand en termes de compétences, les compétences nigériennes doivent être priorisées, en tout cas donner la priorité aux nationaux, parce qu'avant tout, c'est des extraits, c'est des minéraux qui appartiennent, la Constitution dit que ça appartient, en tout cas, à la nation, en tout cas au pays, et malgré tout, nous ne voyons pas les retombées. Les retombées, c'est très minime par rapport à l'apport sur la Constitution, à l'apport sur le budget national. On l'a dit qu'il doit y avoir normalement chaque année une sorte d'annexe au budget pour montrer l'apport des industries extractives au pays, au budget. Mais on ne le voit pas. Chaque année, ils incorporent ça au budget général de l'État. Et là, nous ne sommes pas d'accord. On a dit que ça doit être un budget annexe pour voir la traçabilité, pour que les citoyens puissent voir où est-ce que, en tout cas, qu'est-ce qu'il y a en termes d'apport pour le budget national, le pourcentage, où est-ce que ça allait, ça, dans le secteur social de base. Donc voilà le travail que nous sommes en train de faire. Et surtout le contenu local, nous ne transigeons pas là-dessus. Nous sommes en train de déjà mener en tout cas la version numérique de ces documents que je peux verser, en tout cas mais c'est la version française, je suis désolé, on peut verser ça à votre disposition. Merci.
Thank you so much. I think you had the similar challenge we are having now. That delay in the translation failed you from getting to know that I had given you the floor. Okay. John Mwewe, your hand was up. Okay, you can say something quickly such that we get to the fair. I see material has been displayed already. Oh, okay, let's do John and then come to.
Hello everyone, my name is Mwebe Kalibala. My colleague is Elias Jika. We work for the International Accountability Project. We're a human rights and environment organization that looks at human rights violations by corporations, but also by projects financed by development banks. And by development banks, I mean the World Bank, Africa Development Bank, and 12 other projects that we track. So we have information for projects financed by 14 development banks, and that information is in form of, we have a database called the early warning system. Through the early warning system, we're able to get information about projects financed by those banks, and we're able to share that information. We synthesize it into information that can be consumed by the communities where these projects are, and we send out this information to organizations within those communities to be able to share with the communities and that they may have action around that. The second thing is that we support community initiatives around documenting their practices, but also documenting their experiences. So that is the community-led development that we do. And we work with coalitions, we work with organizations to be able to support communities that are affected by this project to document, but also do document or evidence-based advocacy for what they're going through. Lastly, we look to you, our partners. We look to you in your different organizations and countries to work with us, to reach out to us. We also are willing to reach out to you to see that we can share with you this information about the projects, but also to work with you to support communities, to do their community-led researches and do the advocacy against these projects. Projects by development financiers, but also projects by corporations within the communities. We'll be reaching out to you one by one. Some of you we're already in touch to be able to further this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John and Elias. You're making an addition?
Yeah, I just would like to add a little bit on what John has already touched on. So at IP, apart from the provision of information as well as supporting communities, we do also produce materials in partnership with our partners, materials that can help them in determining their own development priorities. So we call these materials community action guides, because we believe as far as we're trying to stop or maybe influence harmful projects, our communities should be able to determine their own development priorities. So we have materials that we have displayed over there, community action guides that can help communities to determine their own development priorities, as well as help them in crafting strategies that can help them in their campaigns. That includes conducting research in other strategies. So please feel free to look at the materials. The ones I have only in English, but we have on the IAP website materials that are in other languages, including French. You can look at it at accountabilityproject.org, or also just look at the materials or the information you may need is there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elias. We'll have Amadou and close with the Ghanaian brother before we go into the display.
Voilà, merci. C'est un plaisir de partager avec vous ce que notre organisation fait en Guinée. Je travaille pour Action in Guinée, qui est une organisation engagée dans un plaidoyer en ce qui concerne l'établissement d'une norme nationale contraignante en matière de compensation, d'indemnisation et de réinstallation des communautés impactées par les projets de développement. On avait une loi caduque, donc notre plaidoyer a permis à pousser le gouvernement à revoir cette loi. Et nous avons été un membre du comité technique qui a travaillé sur le contenu de cette nouvelle loi. Et très bientôt, la loi sera adoptée par le pays pour combler ce gap qui était en fait exploité par les entreprises pour un peu brimer les communautés impactées par les projets, notamment les projets miniers. À noter que notre pays est un pays minier par excellence. Nous tirons 78% des recettes d'exportation du pays du secteur minier et surtout 22% du PIB vient du secteur minier. Donc, c'est un pays minier qui a plus de 300 sociétés qui évoluent, sociétés minières, bien sûr. Alors, il y a également un plaidoyer sur un projet chinois d'une valeur de 20 milliards de dollars. Certainement, vous avez vu cela dans la presse internationale. C'est le projet Simandou, qui est détenu par un consortium sino-singapourien qui travaille sur la plus grande réserve de fer du monde non exploitée, qu'on appelle le mont Simandou. Notre plaidoyer est au niveau de la revue des plans de gestion environnementaux réalisés par l'entreprise. Nous avons analysé ces plans et nous avons constaté qu'il y avait des défaillances qui ne prenaient pas en compte un certain nombre d'aspects liés aux normes nationales et internationales applicables en Guinée. Actuellement, nous sommes en train d'introduire un recours administratif pour l'annulation du certificat de conformité environnementale délivré par l'Agence guinéenne d'évaluation environnementale en faveur de cette entreprise. Également, un recours judiciaire en cours pour rétablir les communautés de pêcheurs qui sont impactées par les travaux de construction du port en eau profonde au niveau de la côte guinéenne. Et à noter que nous avons 300 km de côte. Voilà ce que je voulais partager avec vous et certainement on reviendra avec plus de détails prochainement. Et nous avons également une vidéo sur l'impact de la compensation non équitable sur les communautés qu'on va partager avec vous. Et nous avons le lien de notre site web au niveau du site de ACA. Je vous remercie pour plus d'informations.
Thank you so much, Amadou. We'll close with Ghanaian brother and then get to the display.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to ACA for this opportunity. My name is Chibezi Ezekiel. I work with the Strategic Youth Network for Development based in Accra, Ghana. So I just want to share about just 3 main interventions we are working on at the moment. The first one is what we call the young green entrepreneurs. So we have young people that we are building the capacity to go into green businesses. For example, turning organic waste into green fuel like pellets and briquettes. So for a number of multiple benefits, one is about creating employment, and two, to help deal with deforestation, and number three, also demonstrate that as a climate solution. The second intervention we are working on is around what we call the bank's no-go policy, which is led by Friends of the Earth USA and other partners. So the whole idea is that we have banks who normally give loans to companies to do different kinds of businesses. And therefore, the banks must also be must be informed, they must be engaged to know that it's not only about giving loans for the private companies to do business, but they must also ensure that whatever money they give don't have any direct impact on the environment. So this is a new project we are working on in Ghana, working with the commercial banks in Ghana to be sure that they are also sensitive to some of these environmental issues as far as loan or credit is concerned. And then we also work around climate finance issues with the World Bank and AFDB. So as you may be aware, AFDB has what they call the country strategy paper. They're actually even developing a 10-year plan as AFDB, and they've had a number of consultations with CSOs. Recently, they reached out saying they want CSOs in South Africa to have the consultation in South Africa to get the views and concerns of CSOs. And they are also concerned that since CSOs work more with the grassroots level, they believe that CSOs can be the better voice to speak on behalf of people in the community. So because the banks also want feedback on how the monies they're given to countries are also helping people in the community as against them having any adverse impact. So that's one area we work on, climate finance, to be sure that their investments don't have any negative impact on people in the community. And then finally also, we are also working around the gas issue. As you may be aware, gas has become very topical, especially when EU declared gas as green fuel. Now the issue is that should Africa be allowed to explore our gas or not? We did a consultation in Ghana with CSOs to also take a position on whether we should go ahead with gas or stop gas. We are hoping to have a West African version, so NGOs in West Africa can also meet and have a conversation around gas to see, to ensure that, all these businesses, all these interventions don't have any adverse impact on the environment. So for us as an organization, all we do is to ensure that the voices of young people are heard in all these processes, because it's also their right to participate, their right to be heard, their right to be considered as change agents in the fight against climate change or contributing to sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing about the work you're doing in Ghana. It's now at this juncture that I'll invite us to check the table and see the materials being displayed. And those of us that are yet to display, kindly put out your publications and be able to engage with the members when they come to find out more about the work that you're doing. See you at dinner. Should we invite Lloyd to close now? Then we get to the fair and then go into a break. Okay.
A very good afternoon to all distinguished delegates and members of ACA. The co-chairs of ACA, Ms. Rachel Boyinjo and Ms. Ariella Sher, representing COWS. The members of the steering committee and the General Assembly. It is with great pleasure and indeed a privilege to give closing remarks on behalf of the Center for Human Rights as the host of the Secretariat of ACA. Firstly, I would really like to thank each and every one of us for what I would want to believe was an enlightening and insightful General Assembly. I think we've had excellent deliberations. The presentations that we listened to were really, really good and insightful, and we learned a lot for the past 3 days. And I think that we should continue with this momentum. We were just discussing where the next General Assembly is going to take place. And I think, it's good that we have got people who have been in the steering committee or who were there when ACA was launched, who would know the cycle that we follow. And I think next year we should be going to East Africa, if I'm not mistaken. So that we start the cycle again. So we started there in East Africa, went to West Africa, we went to Central Africa. Today we are in Southern Africa. So I think for next year we go back again to East Africa. We also took the liberty to just count the number of countries represented here. And we discovered that there are about 20 countries. I mean, for me, that is just an amazing achievement to have 20 countries on the continent represented in this august meeting of ACA's General Assembly. From the 4 regions on the continent. So really, we should give ourselves a pat on the back. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for making time to be here since Monday. We know that you are all very busy people, and most of you are heading your organizations, and you are high-profile people, but you took the time to be here and attend the General Assembly. So as the host of the Secretariat, we just want to really thank you and appreciate you for the time that you have spent here. I also just want to thank the Center for Human Rights team that have worked tirelessly and closely with the steering committee to ensure that we have a successful General Assembly, and ensuring that we have the right people in the room. I think in terms of the profile, really, I think we were honored to have a government minister from Malawi, as well as a judge of the High Court from Malawi attending the General Assembly. And I think they really enriched our deliberations at the General Assembly. So I just want to thank the Center for Human Rights team and the ACA team headed by Dr. Yolandi Meyer as the ACA manager, and Liz, who has been assisting with all the administrative, logistics, communication. I would like to thank Tiruna, Thelma, Simpiwe, who have been helping also with all the communications and ensuring that we have smooth running of the General Assembly, including just managing the hybrid nature of the event itself. Sometimes it's not always easy to ensure that those people who are presenting online, their thoughts are captured. I would also want to thank the interpreters. It's not easy to do simultaneous interpretation. It takes a lot, and it can take away from you. And I think the interpretation was excellent. I don't think I really missed a word. When somebody was speaking in French, one would really understand what it is. So we really want to thank the interpreters for a job well done. We'd also want to thank Umozi Park Hotel for hosting us. I think we have been informed that this structure was built by the Chinese. I think the Chinese are good on building infrastructure on the African continent. So I think the hotel, in terms of the standards of, big rooms. I was amazed when I entered the room, very big, comfortable beds and everything. So just want to thank Umozi Park Hotel for hosting us and also the conference center. I would also want to thank the host institution, the Institute for Sustainable Development. Thank you so much, Godfrey, for hosting this event. It is not easy. I mean, we have been working with you this whole year, I think, in terms of planning and ensuring that we identify a location that would be suitable for the General Assembly to be held. So I just want to thank you and your team for the successful hosting of the General Assembly. Thank you so much. In terms of, I think maybe going forward, I just want to mention the opportunities. I think a lot of people have been asking, what are some of the opportunities within ACA as members that are available? And on that, I would also want to add, and I think is something that the consultants will be interviewing each and every one of us if there's an opportunity, are going to discuss, is that first of all, I think as members, we really appreciate the work that you are doing in your respective jurisdictions. And we also appreciate the value that you are bringing to this august body. A lot of, I think we've heard already the amazing work that is happening in each of the different countries. It's what makes ACA who we are. And I think, even the goodwill that is there from the development partners, the donors, it is because of the work that as ACA members we are doing. Somebody said, when you're fundraising, it's not about looking for money. You first of all do the work, because money follows good works. So it really shows that here as ACA members, we are doing amazing work, we are doing good work. And it leads me now to the opportunities. We were contacted by the Swedish Embassy about the opportunity in October, the Business and Human Rights Forum that is happening in Ghana. And I think Yolande spoke about that. They actually want to fund the participation of selected ACA members in Ghana in October. And there's funding for that. We'll be having a meeting with them tomorrow to finalize, and there will be communication from Yolande after we've finalized that meeting. So that is one opportunity which really shows that there's goodwill from donors because of the work that ACA members are doing. So I just want to congratulate you colleagues for all the good work that you are doing. And I think in the NGO fair, we will see that happening as well. Then I think Professor Xinjing, who approached ACA, and funded the participation of what I think were excellent speakers on the role of China in Africa. We really benefited. I don't know if some of you might have missed it, but we really benefited from that discussion. I just also wanted to add that yesterday I made an announcement about a call where ACA is partnering with CITIA for that small grant, I think of $12,000 US. I made an announcement that is going to be posted on the website by 6 p.m. yesterday. It was done. But then, unfortunately, we all know China. Professor Xinjing then approached me to say, look, may we not publish it on the website. I also want to encourage each and every one of us to go to the ACA website. You're going to see that there's been a lot of work that has been done. So I also just want to congratulate the Secretariat for working on the website, revamping it, And I think it's now up to date in terms of what is happening. So they had already yesterday, they already posted that call for funding. It's not much, it's 12,000, but I think it's going to help individuals and NGOs with their work. You can apply for it, and what's going to happen is that the call is going to be sent to each and every one of us. And if you are interested, please do submit your application. Then number 3, I just wanted to talk about Sharm el-Sheikh, climate change in Egypt. For those of us who are able to attend, please do so. I think a lot of organizations are going to be holding events on the sidelines of the COP27. I think the registration is already closed. So if you're not registered, it means that your participation will only be on the sidelines of COP27. From the Center for Human Rights, we are planning to do a joint event with the Special Rapporteur, UN Special Rapporteur on Climate Change, Dr. Ian Fry. We met him in Geneva in July, where the center was hosting the Nelson Mandela World Moot Court competition. And on the sidelines of the Moot Court competition in Geneva, we had a conference focusing on climate change. And Dr. Ian Fry delivered the keynote speech. And so he requested that the center convenes a joint conference on climate change in Sharm el-Sheikh. So it would be great to meet some of you colleagues so that we can continue to do advocacy. I think a lot of us already have stated the amount of work that you've done in terms of climate change. So without wasting further time, I would then want to say to those who will be traveling from tomorrow, please go well. I wish you safe and pleasant flights back to your respective stations. On the issues of governance, I think we have discussed it robustly. Just want to say to everybody that, as the Center for Human Rights, we take management of finances very seriously. And, when we partner with you as a host institution, for instance, we are also going to demand accountability. So already, I know that, with the Institute for Sustainable Development, we'll be requesting a financial report and a narrative report of the hosting of this event so that we are able to report to donors. I think it's important for the sustainability of ACA. And the same applies, I think in May and June, we also had the hosting or the training in Cameroon that was hosted by the Global Network for Good Governance. We will also be requiring the financial report and narrative report so that we're able to report to donors. So all I just wanted to say is that as the Center for Human Rights, we are handling the finances of ACA with integrity. We have robust financial systems. So, you can be certain that, we will handle the finances of ACA in the right manner so that, the development partners and donors will continue to support the work that we are doing. Lastly, I would like to say, do enjoy the dinner at 6 p.m. I think I see Mr. Godfrey is raising his hand. Maybe you want to say something?
Announcement for those who have registered, who have tested for COVID, there will be a form that they will need to sign. So only those who have who were getting tested for COVID, they will need to make sure that before they leave these premises to the rooms, they sign first.
So I think you've heard about signing. I think it's all about accountability and everything. So all those who have been, who are going to be tested, please, I think, cooperate with Godfrey on that. So enjoy the dinner at 6 p.m. this evening. Let's network, let's meet, let's continue to discuss and deliberate, and let's enjoy the NGO fair. All the best and safe flights to everybody. And let's meet again in the next, I think in October at the forum in Ghana or in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. If we don't meet at these events, then I think the GA next year and any other activities that will be planned for ACA starting from January 2023.